Kära vänner, dear friends, are we ready to start rowing this boat together? Ni är alla hjärtligt välkomna till Kotka. My name is Leena Marsio. I work for Finnish Heritage Agency, Museiverket. I'm tremendously happy to see you all here. Now I'm happy to give the floor to my colleague Tiina Mertanen to give the opening speech to the Nordic Clinkerboat Conference.
Kära deltagare i den nordiska Clinkerbåtskonferensen. Det är med ett stort nöje att välkomna er till Finlands sjöhistoriska museum. Jag är Tiina Mertanen och jag arbetar som museitjänstchef vid Finlands nationalmuseum. Jag hade glädjen att delta i starten av UNESCO-ansökningsprocessen här i Finland. Och jag vill framföra ett varmt tack till förbundet Kysten och Tore Friis-Olsen för inbjudan. Jag har fått följa framgången av ansökan hos UNESCO samt framstegen i arbetet med klinkbåtstraditionen. Ett konkret resultat av detta arbete är genomförandet av denna nordiska konferensen. Jag vill framföra varmt tack från Museiverket och Finlands sjöhistoriska museum till de andra arrangörerna av evenemanget. Kotka stad, Traditionscentrum Kuggom, Finlands träbåtsbyggare och Finlands träbåtsseglare. Ni har gjort ett fantastiskt arbete med arrangemangen för detta evenemang. Och det är en glädje att se så många av er här närvarande på plats och på distans. In the 1960s, in my childhood, wooden clinker-built rowing boats were part of everyday life in the Finnish lakeside. Okay. In the 1960s, in my childhood, wooden clinker-built rowing boats were part of everyday life in the Finnish lakeside. During the summers, we would go to the lake to fish or to swim, or to the other side of the bay to pick berries. At the age of 10, I visited the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo for the first time. I also had the opportunity to visit the Roskilde Viking Ship Museum just 4 years after it was opened. Actually, both experiences left a lasting impression on me and marked also my first encounter with underwater cultural heritage. My first wreck dive took place in early 1990s at the wreck of a clinker-built vessel, Lapuri, which since has been dated to the medieval period. The venue today is the Maritime Centre Vellamo, where you will have the opportunity to visit the exhibitions of the Finnish Maritime Museum and Kymenlaakso Museum. Vellamo, which we are in today, was opened in 2008 and attracts yearly over 100,000 visitors to experience maritime cultural heritage. Present here today are our Keeper of Collections, Timo Kunttu, over there, and our boatmaster, Juha Puustinen, over there, who will introduce to our boat collections later today. And I just heard that part of you just visited, and I heard quite a good experience there too. The Finnish Wooden Boat Center, located next door to us, also offers fascinating insights into our wooden boat culture. On the second day, we will move to Lovisa, the tradition center Kuggom, where we will discuss various themes in workshops. And it's really wonderful that some of you have also opportunity to sail in Finnish archipelago on the week on Saturday, I think. Intangible cultural heritage has emerged as a strong concept in international discourse over the past decade. Living heritage includes, for example, knowledge and skills related to nature, oral traditions, performing arts, and craftsmanship. The UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage was adopted in 2003, and in Finland it has been implemented since 2013 under the coordination of the Finnish Heritage Agency, where Leena has an essential role. Communities and associations play a key role in transmitting this living heritage. Boat and sailing clubs in Nordic countries are important actors in safeguarding the living cultural heritage of wooden boats. They pass knowledge through education, courses, and recreational activities and share traditions at various events. Klinkbåtarna är en väsentlig del av det nordiska kulturarvet. De representerar materiellt kulturarv, men det finns en enorm mängd immateriellt kulturarv kopplat till deras byggande, reparation och användning. Träbåtsbyggarens yrkesskicklighet utvecklas genom år av erfarenhet. Det nordiska klinkbåtsarvet godkändes till Unescos lista över immateriellt kulturarv år 2021, vilket var den första gemensamma nordiska nomineringen. Detta uppnåddes genom samarbetet mellan över 200 aktörer inom området. Stort grattis till alla som var involverade i denna fantastiska prestation. Unescos konvention och nomineringen av klinkbåtsarvet kan ge oss stolthet över att vara en del av denna stora arvsgemenskap. Samtidigt måste vi använda konventionen som en grund för tryckandet av levande arv. Var och en av oss har ansvar för att överföra den och utveckla traditionerna. Kära deltagare, jag önskar er en givande konferens, prata, lära er och bekanta er med varandra. Tack.
Thank you, Tiina. Now we are going forward in the program, and we will have the greetings from the Minister of Science and Culture in Finland, Mrs. Mari-Leena Talvitie. She is sorry not to be able to be with us here today, but she kindly sent us a video greeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, ärade konferensdeltagare. It's a pleasure to greet you on behalf of the Minister of Education and Culture and to send this message to you at the Maritime Centre Vellamo. I was very pleased to hear that over the 120 people had registered to this conference, not only from across the Nordic countries, but also from other parts of Europe. You represent a group of people who have a passion for clinker-built wooden boats, boats builders, educators and professionals from museums and associations. Dear audience, the traditions linked to wooden boats are a vital part of Nordic island culture. These boats are enable fishing and trade between regions and fostered local identities. Today, some to mention, they offer visitors unique experiences on our waters and attract people to events and destinations. In 2021, the Nordic Clinker Boat tradition was added to UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This was the first joint Nordic nomination. Behind the nomination were more than 200 organizations. My warmest congratulations to all of you who made this possible. Being listed by UNESCO is a powerful way to support the preservation and development of cultural heritage, passing knowledge. It brings global recognitions to Nordic craftsmanship and to the people who practice these traditions today. UNESCO's convention places special focus on community-led efforts and passing them to the future generations. The clinker boat traditions is passed on mainly through boat builders, associations and families, but many others are involved too. Cultural heritage as shared knowledge and social capital plays an important role in knowing our history, where we come from. Dear friends, cultural heritage grows stronger when more people can see themselves in the shared stories and influence their surroundings. In our thinking, cultural heritage is built on shared values. That way, people get ownership, a feeling that this is their cultural heritage. Nordic cooperation has a long and strong history. I hope that over the coming days you will discover shared insights, inspire each other, gain new ideas and tools for your work on clinker boats, and lay the foundation for even stronger collaboration. With these words, I wish you all in the inspiring conference in Kotka, Lovisa, and out of the waves of the Gulf of Finland. Det nordiska samarbetet har långa anor. Jag hoppas att ni under de kommande dagarna får möjlighet att dela erfarenheter, hitta gemensamma lärdomar och inspireras till nya idéer och verktyg för att föra traditioner vidare och stärka för vårt samarbete ytterligare. Med dessa ord önskar jag er alla givande konferensdagar i Kotka, Lovisa och på vågorna i Finska viken.
Oh, this is unpleasant. This didn't happen when we trained. Looking towards colleagues around here. Okay, we're gonna get an expert around, but luckily me and Henrik have been training this so well, so we don't mind if we don't have fancy background. No niin. Yes, this one is working. So we're now gonna continue our program with a little thing called Joining Forces for the Clinker Boat. So I've been working in Museiverket for 11 years now, and my role is to coordinate the UNESCO Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage. I work with a lot of issues and tens or hundreds of heritage communities, but organizing this seminar has been a really wonderful way to take a deep dive into the world of clinker boats. And today I have here with me Henrik. Norri.
Hello. Like I used to sometimes say that I'm the left hand of Lena when we are talking about this UNESCO around the wooden boats. It's such an honor to be here representing wooden boat builders of Finland. Thank you for that. Thank you for inviting.
So me and Henrik, Jon Stenberg and Esko Taanila, we traveled to Roskilde and Holbaek 2 years ago, and we were so impressed about what we saw and what we heard. So for me, though I have been involved for 8 years maybe with the clinker boats, I think there were many things that I just then realized, like skärgårdskultur. Busse had been talking about it to me many times, and only then in that trip I realized, oh, this is what you mean by skärgårdskultur. Wonderful. Thanks a lot, colleagues. So this is the reason why we are brought together all of here. I think we all love wooden boats. In a way or another, we all have our different entry point to it. But to work for the UNESCO inscription for many years, that's the reason why every one of us is here in the hall, and also there online, we also all share the same passion for the wooden boats. It's been now almost 4 years when it was inscribed. And I think for us, it's been a way to come together, and one of the main reasons why we are here sitting together is to get to know each other, learn more from each other, and network.
So, what is it all about? What is clinker boat? During the years, I've seen that it's something that's a bit different depending on which country you are. For us, for Finns, it's mostly the small, tiny rowing boat close to the sauna house on the lake, or in the archipelago, old fishing boat with the sails. But how is it built? Overlapping planks, secured by rivets or lashings, frames, different kind of frames. Some are bends with steam. The old ones mostly varnished or pine tar. The materials are mostly nowadays using not only locally but traditional, of course. The materials are from local sources. The shapes, the body, the design depends always from the own environment, from the waves, different kind of archipelago or coastline. And I don't go further how it is now, how the wooden boats have changed during the time, but like this, it's the tradition. We have the clinker boats in the Nordic countries since some thousands of years. In Finland, I think about 2,000 years are the oldest ones, which they have found some pieces of it from them. In other Scandinavian countries, I guess 4,000 or 5,000, if I'm right. So the tradition is from generations to generations, families to families. We can later talk more about the traditions and the threats, if I may.
Limisaumavene. It's a difficult word in English and might be a bit tricky in your languages as well. But then at the same time, what we emphasize, especially when the UNESCO inscription came out, that, hey, it's the wooden boat that you probably have on your cottage, or the one that you went rowing or sailing when you were a child. So a familiar thing with a bit tricky name.
So my association, or the association I'm part of it, Finnish Wooden Boat Builders. It was founded in 1990s, by the way, here in Kotka. And there are still few boat builders who are in our association, not anymore doing boats themselves because they are retired, but still on the background. We are, our goal is to support that it will be easier to build wooden boats as a profession, because we have a huge industry, fiberglass, aluminum boat, steel boat industry, which makes a lot of pressure. And those are big companies, but the wooden boat builders are mainly one-man, two-man companies. So together we are something more. We are not they are not all of the Finnish wooden boat builders who are part of our association. I hope it will be others one time. Hopefully we will. Hopefully they are all once part of us. We are working on it.
Beautiful photograph, one of my favorites, Marko Nikula, boat builder, in the hall sitting with us.
Marko is somewhere here.
Well. Working together, I think this is the main point, or has been the main point for us when we were working on the inscription, and also now after UNESCO inscription, and also the reason why we are here in the conference and why we felt so motivated to organize this conference as well. I think this is this is the key. One of the ways that we've been working here in Finland is the circle of Clinkerboat traditions, LIMI, sauma, vene, perinne, rinki. Might be one of the longest Finnish words that you have ever encountered with, but it says all the necessary thing. So basically we are more than 100 people, associations, museum people, researchers, boat lovers, boat builders, and we meet online 3 to 4 times a year, get to know each other, get to know what each other is doing, plan for future cooperation. And I also have to say that during the preparations of this conference, this circle and the network and the people in it, you've been really valuable in this work. So at this point, I want to thank once more our dear partners. So thank you to Vellamo and Maritime Museum of Finland that we could come here. The city of Kotka has been supporting us financially and will be offering the dinner tonight here in Vellamo as well. Tomorrow we'll go to Kukkom Tradition Center. You will definitely love the place. The wooden boat builders from Finland, of course, and then Suomen Puuveneilijät, a wooden boat association, the biggest wooden boat association in Finland. So thank you so much for all your cooperation. But I think that just coming together is important. So us here, or what we do in the circle of clinker boats, so we get to know each other, learn from each other, create new ideas. Journey towards the list, so Ture Friis-Olsen kindly gave me a bit of a hand with this one, but we just wanted to remind you a bit how it all went. So already in 2011, the idea of the nomination was put forward at the Nordic Culture Festival in Husavik. So in 2015, so actually just 10 years ago, the work on the nomination began. A Nordic steering group was established, so Ture, maybe you'll tell a bit more when it's your turn. And then Kysten Federation in Norway started to work as a coordinator. Between the coming years, there were many Nordic meetings. I counted 17, all in different countries, and also one of the meetings was organized here in Vellamo, and then also another one in Turku in Forum Marinum. So maybe at this point we give a big hand to Kysten and Ture Friis-Olsen for taking this all together. Finally, in 2019, the nomination filed. It was like 60 pages or something. There was really a lot of contact details. When you put the contact details of 200 organizations in one paper, that really gave much of the length. Now it's an attachment, thank God. But 130 support letters, which are an essential part of such an inscription to UNESCO, because that is the people's voice and the NGOs' voice and the boat builders' voice. And I say they had a lot to do in the evaluation body when they were reading all of them through. And then also the fantastic 20-minute video, which I think you all know, and it was marvelous work. So March 2020, it went in, and then in December 2021, it was inscribed. Finally, on the UNESCO lists, so those of you who were on board really remember that was the COVID time, and then we just had to live with that. So we were very unhappy not to be able to go to Sri Lanka, but instead sit in the comfort of our own homes, follow it from the screens. And in Paris, they had some tens of people with masks on. And I tell you, it was a lot of work to sit 1 week on your computer and then to follow that meeting. But yes, it finally happened there, and it's not actually that many minutes that they just read the criteria and they said that they are fulfilled. It's a short description by the evaluation body, but they were unanimously saying this is a great file, wonderful tradition, it should be inscribed. Then the Sri Lankan president, Pam, said that it is inscribed, and then we had the ambassador of Norway to UNESCO and OECD, who gave a speech, and then also from Kysten we had a good colleague giving another speech that was recorded. But basically that was the party that there was. But maybe tonight when we have the reception by Kotka and then we go to Cairo, maybe we'll take something back. So we'll keep on celebrating now when we are together. We are ready to rock with the conference. I think we are in good speed now. There's really a lot of themes. I tell you, during the last couple of months, I thought we could have been a bit less enthusiastic and ambitious about the program. So especially what's going to happen tomorrow with the 10 different workshops. It's been really a lot of work. But here we are, and it's going to happen, and it's going to be so many different kind of themes. And what I'm really excited about it is that you, sorry, interpreters, I get excited and I speak too fast. So I'm very happy that all of you get to be together in different groups to meet with your colleagues, discuss this further.
Yes, I would like to hear in the following days good points about how to transmit in the knowledge, what to do with the educations. Wooden boat building educations in Finland are in the moment in a bit low. And as many of you know, there are 2 civic schools which are doing great works, but not any professional wooden boat building schools. So tomorrow there will be also a workshop about education. It will be very interesting. What also is very interesting we don't have in the list is the material source as a one theme, which is kind of fruit, at least here in Finland. It would be nice to hear what do you think in the other Scandinavian countries about how to get locally wood, locally other materials. I'm sure we are going to have a great conference. Thank you.
So let's do this. The aim of the conference is to ensure that the inscription on the list leads to concrete actions and practical projects. So we are here to make it count. It is us who do it, whether it matters or not. Alone, it is just a logo, it is visibility, it is we who need to make it count, what happens with it. And I really wish that all the meetings, discussions, new ideas that come out lead into new cooperations, new projects. So learn new things, get as many new friends as possible. Think about how can we get to better together. What can I take home with me? How can I develop my work to include more colleagues internationally? Thank you once more to all of the partners, co-organizers, speakers and facilitators, and to everyone who joined us here for this week, all those who have joined us online. I hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you. Kiitos.
Thank you.
And I have to mention about the photo because it is taken by me and it is taken in a boat called Framtiden that is owned by Bosse Mellberg and built by his son Peter Mellberg, and they are both here in the hall. I'm very happy for that. So now I need to keep a bit of housekeeping rules. First of all, we have Zoom interpretation for this conference, and as I say it, I remember that I need to speak clearly, loudly, and not too fast, which is not very easy for me. So you have your phones, you have your earplugs. Those who are listening online, you have the possibility to choose the English channel or the Swedish channel. During these days, we'll be taking some photographs and we will use them in the social media of Museiverket and also Traditionscentrum Skogom, maybe the Maritime Museum as well. So if you do not want to be in a picture, please let us know. At this point, I also want to introduce and thank my dear team members. So first of all, dear Sohini Nandi, our intern, please turn around. So thank you so much for being here and helping with all of different kind of questions. Then I have Anni Alho from the Finnish Heritage Agency. And then Hannu Matikka, who will be helping in many sorts of things as well. We are ready to go forward. I am very honored to give the floor to good colleague Tore Friis-Olsen from Förbundet Kysten to tell a bit about more what is the Nordic Clinker Boat Charter about. Do you want to use this one?
Yeah. Thanks, Lena. Do you hear me? Or it's maybe better with the mobile microphone? Better, I think, yes. Thank you, Lena, and thanks for being here. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to Lena, Tiina, and your staff. This is conference number 2. The first one was held in Denmark, in Roskilde and Holbaek in 2023. This is the second Nordic conference. I will present what Lena said, a Clinker Boat Charter, what it is and what is it for. And sorry my English, I speak worse English than Jens Stoltenberg, so I have a strong Norwegian accent, so I hope you... But I think after the conference you will send out PowerPoints and such documents and you can get my speech in both English and Norwegian. So, what is a charter and why do we need it? The Charter for the Safeguarding of Nordic Clinker Boat Tradition was adopted by the Nordic Steering Group for the Clinker Boat nomination and presented at the Conference on Nordic Clinker Boat Traditions in Roskilde and Holbaek 2 years ago. And very short, I want you on the Steering Group to stand up, so we can see who you are. Steering Group, up. We have 13 members in the Steering Group. Thanks. And then we also have Bosse Milberg. He dressed up. You took part in the first years, and now yeah. So thank you. They have been doing a great job together with the steering group. So this charter was created and adopted by the steering group. A charter in our context is where I am now in the. A charter in our context can be briefly defined as a declaration or manifesto that sets out guidelines and principles for a cultural heritage field. There are a number of charters in various fields. Some of the best known is being Magna Carta, an English legal document from 1215 that was an important turning point in the development of democracy and individual rights. And in our times, Charta 77, or Charta 77, a dissident movement and human rights manifesto from 1977 in Czechoslovakia, founded by Václav Havel and other intellectuals to protest against the regime's violation of civil rights. Charta 77 was an informal movement that played an important role in Eastern European folk struggles for freedom and democracy. However, our charter belongs to in our field, which is the safeguarding of cultural heritage. Our charter is based on the comprehensive nomination document for the UNESCO inscription, which is, as Lena told, 60 pages long in English and French. We wanted a more concise and accessible document that could set out the key principles and values for safeguarding. The aim was not to produce a detailed and technical document, but a culture policy charter that would also be meaningful to those who may not be familiar with clinkerboat tradition, such as media professionals and politicians. The Clinkerboat Charter reflects and represents the content of the larger nomination document and serves as an overarching strategic document. The Charter has been drawn up in all the Nordic countries and our languages, including Northern Sámi, as well as English and French, and all versions are equally valid. In our cultural landscape, we found 3 important charters: the Venice Charter, the Barcelona Charter, and the Copenhagen Charter. Of the above-mentioned charters, the Venice Charter from 1964 is perhaps the best known. This charter sets out the basic principles and frameworks for the international restoration and preservation or conservation of cultural heritage. This charter has also been adopted by most states at national level as well. This charter also serves as a frame of reference and sets out the basic principles for inscription on the World Heritage List. The second one, the Barcelona Charter, is another example that follows similar principles, but is specifically aimed at maritime cultural heritage. Its official name is the European Charter for the Conservation and Restoration of Traditional Ships in Operation, and it was adopted in 2003. The Charter provides guidelines on how to maintain and restore traditional ships that are still in use to ensure that they retain their historical value and authenticity. The third one, the Copenhagen Charter, was drawn up by the Ship Preservation Fund, Skibsbevaringsfonden, in Denmark, and was adopted in 2017. The Charter deals with and specifies criteria, principles, and methods for assessing the preservation value of ships and boats. In our work on the design of the Clinkerboat Charter, we have looked to these 3 charters as models. We also say that there are several charters in the world, so this is these 3 is our models. In the Nordic Steering Group, we discussed whether there should be a common charter for all sizes of floating cultural heritage, for example, by seeking to include a section of Nordic Clinkerboat tradition in the Barcelona Charter. The steering group ultimately decided that the circumstances and issues surrounding larger vessels are so different from those surrounding clinkable boats that a joint charter would not work well enough. Since the Barcelona Charter was adopted in 2003, a great deal has happened on the cultural heritage front, including the creation of the UNESCO's Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, also adopted in 2003 by UNESCO's General Assembly. The most important argument is that the Clinkerboat inscription is primarily about the intangible, the living cultural heritage. In my presentation, I will not go through the entire charter, but will highlight parts that I believe are relevant to the content of this conference program. The introductory section of the charter states that, and I quote from the charter you see on the screen, Clinkerboat traditions are an essential part of the cultural heritage of the peoples in the Nordic countries, including indigenous people and minorities, quote end. It further states that protection or safeguarding shall be based on UNESCO's Convention of Intangible Cultural Heritage and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The introductory section and Article 14 of the Charter state that, quote, parts of the Nordic Clinkerboat's heritage are threatened. Immediate measures with relevant resource resources and support must be put in place to ensure full and proper safeguarding. End of quote. UNESCO's representative list deals with cultural heritage that is indeed representative. However, the Clinkerboat inscription says little about the tradition being endangered, even though this is precisely what we in the circles behind the nomination have taken as our starting point. The international list of representative cultural heritage, I'm talking about UNESCO, the international list, include a number of elements who are actually alive and well, not in danger. So, UNESCO's 2003 convention also operates with a separate list for endangered cultural heritage, the so-called urgent safeguarding list. It is possible to convert cultural elements from the representative list to this list. And this topic will be discussed at workshop 2 tomorrow, entitled Is Traditional Clinkerboat Heritage in Danger? And here an example of one that urgent safeguarding list is not long, it's not many elements inscribed. The representative list is the big list. But there are a few, and this was a nomination in 2021 when we had our Clinkerboat nomination inscribed. So this is from in the Pacific area, Polynesia area, I don't know yet, but it's on the Pacific area where there was a cultural element consisting of building dugout canals and navigation, traditional navigation. That was inscribed. So this is an example. You can see them on the UNESCO website, and you can see all elements which is inscribed. Forbundet Kysten has recently conducted a major survey to find out which local or regional traditions are under threat in Norway. Our preliminary findings indicate that the situation varies along the Norwegian coast. This will also be part of the workshop contact tomorrow, and reports will be available from each workshop. My personal assessment is that the situation varies between the Nordic countries and regions. For some local traditions involving construction and use, the situation is critical, and protective measures are urgently needed. A clear example is the Nordlandsbåten in Norway, where only a handful of tradition bearers possess the knowledge. They are all elderly and recruitment is low, although some take on apprentices from time to time. The most endangered part of the Clinkerboat tradition is that which exists as part of local customs, passed down from generation to generation over many hundreds of years. Article 10 of the Charter states that, quote, knowledge of the Nordic Clinkerboat tradition has been passed down from generation to generation, and this perspective shall form the basis for future safeguarding efforts. As far as possible, construction and use shall be based on traditional local knowledge. End of quote. Although much of the focus is on traditional craftsmanship, knowledge about the use of the boats is given equal weight in the nomination and in the Charter. Article 9 of the Charter states that the main principle for transferring knowledge about the Nordic Clinkerboat tradition is safeguarding through use. Vern gjennom bruk is the Norwegian, that's Forbundet Kystens motto. Safeguarding by use, vern gjennom bruk. Use is absolutely essential for the tradition to live on. We must therefore focus much more on increasing interest through active use. Highlight the joy of outdoor life with these boats, organize more courses, trips, and training. It is crucial that this cultural heritage is perceived as meaningful and relevant to our time. As stated of the Charter regarding the market, and then quote, for the tradition to live on, boat builders must be able to make a living of the building of boats. For this, commercial activities within the sector should be developed and supported. The Charter shall encourage programs for sales and marketing and maintenance, thus promoting the building of more clinkable boats and their use. That this is something that those of us who work with clinker boats, whether boat builders or other clinker boat communities, have not been good enough at. And that is marketing the boats and the joy and experience of using them. Here in Finland, many boat builders have joined forces to market the boats through their own website, a common website. A good example for the rest of us in the Nordic countries. In future, Nordic cooperation on the safeguarding of clinker boat tradition, I believe it's important that the Clinker Boat Charter forms the basis for our strategies and safeguarding plans. The Charter can serve as a roadmap to ensure that our common values and principles are followed in our practical work. And it can be a platform for a joint Nordic effort to take appropriate safeguarding measures for local clinker boat traditions that are in immediate need of safeguarding. As mentioned at the previous Clinker Boat Conference in Roskilde and Holbaek, the Clinker Boat Charter was presented for signing. Approximately 130 people signed the Charter. And these were boat builders, museum staff, representatives of educational authorities, culture authorities, and voluntary organizations and NGOs. And here, I will end my speech to present or inform you that we have presented the Charter there, and invite those who have not signed to do so. So during the day, there is also one version of the Charter in English. And as I said, we can send a link to our website. You will find all the other versions in the other languages, Nordic languages, on our website, on other websites too. So here's the English version, and then I invite you to sign, and I say thank you.
Thank you, Tore. Now we have sort of gone through the introduction part, so you're well on the boat, you know what's happening, what's the bigger scale, and now we're going to move to the next part, which will be about safeguarding. And we will start this part by having Matti Hakamäki, our UNESCO facilitator and also the director of Finnish Folk Music Institute, to tell a bit about the word safeguarding, tryckande. I remember I worked for 3 years maybe in the agency before I finally understood what the safeguarding is actually about. So I thought it would be good maybe just to have a bit of a discussion around it, or hear Matti explaining what it is and what does it mean for all of us. Just to say, we have many speakers today, so we're going to be quite precise on timing. So me and Sohini, we will have our 5-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute note there, so speakers be aware so that you'll be in time and everyone gets the time to speak. But Matti, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena. And thank you all. It's a great privilege to be here. Congratulations for this conference, but also for the inscription, of course, and for the charter. It's very linked with my theme, the safeguarding. Actually, it's a very important safeguarding measure that you have done and implementing. So it's a good continuation. So a little bit about the concept of safeguarding, how UNESCO sees it, and some practical insights to remind us what it actually means. And we begin from the definition of intangible cultural heritage. It's something that you always have community approach when you work with ICH. It's living heritage. It's something that has this intergenerational value. So it is coming from somewhere, and it's also going to the next generations. ICH is
about cultural diversity. So not one element is more important than the other, but the idea is to have a diverse, like in the jungle you have the biodiversity. So actually the essence of it all is that there are many things which are equal in value. Then they have to be, ICH has to be in line with human rights instruments and sustainability. And then one add-on is the safeguarding. So ICH is not something that just is there, but really we should work with it. We have to be proactive. It's not something that lives on its own. So these are the definitions of ICH from UNESCO. And then we go to safeguarding, a few key concepts. First, what it means. So safeguarding is ensuring the viability of the practice so that we keep the practices alive to the next generations, so that they can still be practiced after 100 years, 50 years. And then safeguarding measures. They are the activities, how you do the safeguarding, how you keep the elements living in the future. So safeguarding measures, they are the activities of safeguarding. In the convention, there are some general definitions of safeguarding measures. So the countries are obliged to do inventorying, work with the legal frameworks, raise awareness, and then also regulate the participation of communities, the involvement. But then there are these specific safeguarding measures. And this is something quite important. I think these are something that we can familiarize with. We work with museums, or we build boats, or we work with communities, with education. Maybe the one thing that I would like to kind of leave from this small presentation would be this idea that when you work with ICH, with UNESCO, the convention asks you to kind of use the ICH lens when you do these safeguarding measures. So it means that when you work with research, for example, we kind of think that the highest principle is the research principle. When you work in museums, you work with the framework of museum life. So you kind of take your principles from the museum work, archives, education. But when you work with ICH, you should always first ask how my work is connected to keeping these traditions alive. So if I have an exhibition, how does it help the practices to really survive to the next generations? And this is something quite radical, even though it's quite simple on the other hand. But this is something kind of revolutionary, kind of a shift in the concept, which really we have to kind of start to think in our everyday work. One like a practical tool are the safeguarding plans that already this charter was one kind of an example. And you can do safeguarding plans with just your own workshop, just with your own festival, with your own community, but also in a larger scale. And what it really means is just like putting on paper the different needs, different activities needed, who is doing, when it will be done, and who is doing the evaluation. And this is something that you already have worked in the nomination file, because you have the place there for the safeguarding plans. But this is something like a big ongoing work that I really think that is very important, and also it's very much emphasized in the convention, implementing the convention. And I think this is a very valuable tool, and also it's very important to kind of remember that you can do overlapping safeguarding plans, and you can revise them a lot, and you can also compile them. At Kaustinen, with the local tradition, which was inscribed also in 21, we have worked a lot, especially with this safeguarding planning, with the community, and we have found that this exercise has been very, very valuable for us, and it really brought the community together to really discuss on the real matters, and it really helps with the strategic planning. In a nutshell, then, in the end, about safeguarding, the checklist when you do safeguarding, when you are involved in safeguarding. Of course, the community approach, always the first. Assessing threats, risks, like a SWOT analysis, very helpful. Also opportunities, assessing funds, partners, what kind of different stakeholders we have, how can we network, previous interventions, to study those, then develop the safeguarding measures, implementing the measures, and then the evaluation part. So this was in a nutshell about safeguarding, how UNESCO sees it. I really hope for us all to have a good conference and nice talks, and keep on working with this concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matti. So we are very happy in Finland to have 2 accredited NGOs accredited to this UNESCO convention. I think you are 8 or something in Norway, so even some more. But really, for us working for the government and being the state party for the convention, it's really important that we have these partners among the NGOs who know the convention and who are there to support and guide and also criticize us. So thank you for that, Matti. So now we're going to have 3 examples of safeguarding. So we're first going to discuss building of wooden boats, then about the education around wooden boat building, and then about the work that the NGOs do. So this is, now that you hear, this is like an introduction to some of those themes. And then tomorrow in the workshops, we will dig deeper into these themes, and we will have more presentations and discussions around these themes. But we will first go to Iceland, and we will have boat builder Einar Jóhann Lárusson. Warm welcome.
Ja, góðan daginn, ég heiti Einar Jóhann Lárusson. I am a boat builder from Iceland. I've done a few of these talks, and I like to start all of them with a picture of my boat. And few of you might realize the struggle. I'm still working on it, so it's not seaworthy right now, so you get an old picture of it. But I would like to start from the beginning. I'm here to talk about both boat building in Iceland and also just a little bit about the boats also. But if we start at the beginning, landnám, the settlement, it started in, 874, I think. But at the beginning, I don't think there was much specific, actually, boat building going on in Iceland, because the sagas actually describe that a lot of the people that were coming to Iceland actually brought 1 or 2 smaller boats with them. So in the first 60 to 70 years, if there was any boat building actually being done on the island, it was more of a repair work or changing the boats to better suit the environment in Iceland. And And after that, the boat building was probably really similar to the rest of the Nordic countries. But the sagas actually describe that there were 4 bigger boats built in that area around the year 1000. But as you can see from that drawing, that is what an Icelandic forest looks like. It is made out of birch, not really good boat building material, but they did have a lot of driftwood. They basically had 8,000-year deposit of driftwood. So if those boats were built, it was probably from driftwood, nothing like what you can see. That's not a boat building material. The only concrete evidence that we have of the boats that were there at the beginning are from kuml or boat burials. We don't have that many boat burials in Iceland, and they're not really that high quality. The environment is pretty bad for preservation of organic material. So the only thing that we have is basically the iron nails. The best kuml that we have is from a town called Dalvík. They could actually see the divot of the shape of the boat, and they could see that it was 7 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 50 centimeters deep. And in another burial, they actually found some organic material around the wooden nails, and they could see it was a conifer tree, probably large, which is not a native species to Iceland, so that boat is probably either imported or built out of driftwood. After this, basically the burials of the boats, we have no information about boat building in Iceland for the next 700 years. We have a few descriptions in old books, just drawings, but they were pretty bad, and we can't really deduce anything from them of how the boats actually look like, but we have a lot of senses of how many boats are in the island. But in 1726 or 29, this drawing is produced. This is the first drawing of a boat that you can actually kind of see of how it looks like. That boat is from an area in Iceland called Breiðafjörður, but this is not a building guide. This is a listing of different names of the boat. And it is not until we get into 1772, a guy comes for a holiday in Iceland, and he brings with him people that can draw, and they draw this boat. And this boat is pretty spectacular for 2 reasons. This is the first detailed boat drawing of an Icelandic boat, and also that type of boat doesn't exist anymore in Iceland. 50 years later, a guy comes up with a new design in that area, and that boat dies out. This is the only evidence of that boat that we have in Iceland. So, yeah, it's pretty fascinating. But what is special about Icelandic boat building is the main thing that we don't have any material at all. We have to import everything. Everything comes by sea, either by drifting to us or sailing to us. We have a lot of driftwood, but driftwood isn't really that good quality material because it comes mainly from Siberia. Some come from Canada, but mostly Siberia, and it goes north over Svalbard and to us. It takes around 180 to 120 years. And it produces a lot of micro cracks in the wood. So bending, especially for the planking, it's really bad. It cracks a lot, and it's just not really that good. But it was the only material that they had, so they used it. And also, when it gets on the beach, it just becomes filled with sand, and it's really bad for your tools. But it's really good for the frames and the keel and the stern. But the import of material has always been a big thing in Iceland, but after World War I, I would say 98% of material is imported. There are some boat builders still using driftwood, but that mainly because they had a farm that had a lot of driftwood, so it was cheaper for them to do that. Another thing, steam for bending stuff wasn't really a big thing back home. Not until, I would say, 1910, 1920, a guy called Valdemar Ólafsson, he was building boats between 1926 and 1939 when he died tragically. But he used steam, but his father that built before him, he didn't use it. He actually heated up the wood over an open flame in his smithy, and then he would go outside, fasten one end of the board in a clamp, and then he would twist it into the correct position just from experience. But if you do it like that, you just get the twist, you don't get the bend onto the boat. So it's, again, not a great system, but the only thing that they have. And then they would actually have to scrape all the charring off the wood, so it would actually look pretty. There is one other thing that is pretty, I would say, special to Icelandic boat building, is that I know of one place that they had geothermal energy to bend the boat. In a place called Fljót, they had a 90-degree hot stream just coming out of the earth, and they would throw their boards in there before bending it. So they might have done it in more places, but that's the only one that I actually know that they did it. Another thing that is pretty special is both in boat building and house building, we don't have any trees, so all of our houses, traditional houses, are made out of turf with an internal wooden structure. So almost all boat building was done on the outside, mainly in winter, because in summer you had to prepare for winters. But for a long time, if the boat was small enough, you would actually build the keel and the stern and the first plank inside a sheep house, and while it still fit, you would take it outside. Fit through the door. And we didn't, like I said in the beginning, we didn't draw anything down. So almost all boat building was done through word of mouth, rule of proportions, and just traditions about which wood was supposed to go in which part of the boat. The last 200 years are the only kind of really specific things that we know about the boats, because the oldest boat in Iceland is called Vigurbreiður. It is first records of it is from 1829. Then it is described in bad condition, so we can kind of think it was probably built in the 1700s. But in the mid-18th century, it was the first time that Icelanders went to Denmark, Copenhagen, to learn how to build boats. That was mainly carvel boats. We knew how to build clinker, but they brought with them a lot of new technology, new tools, but not all of it got into the clinker. The carvel boats thought they were kind of the next degree above the clinker boat builders, so they weren't really giving their knowledge away. Like I said, I can't imagine that they didn't know about steam bending in carvel boat building, but the clinker were still using open flames for the next 100 years. In 1902, the first engine was put into an Icelandic boat, and that for the next 30 years it was a really fascinating time in Icelandic boat building, because they were learning how to build a motorboat. They didn't know how to do it. At first they just put engines inside a sailing boat, but it don't really have a big enough ass, basically the boat. So it always dipped down into the wave while you're throttling up. So then they decided to put a bigger belly around the engine, but then again it just became a seesaw, and it did that again. So it took them 30 to 40 years to really learn how to do it, because there wasn't really that much of a connection to the mainland Europe or America, so nobody was teaching them. They had to learn how to do it on their own. But from 1910s onward, that's kind of the industrial revolution for Icelandic boat building. With better connections to Europe, a lot of the electric machinery comes. We get bandsaws for the first time, we get thickness planers for the first time. So 2 people can build a boat, not 15. So it was a really big thing to get both electricity and electric machines. And also because of population growth, there was a lot of people moving to urban areas, and they could actually start opening up companies where they specialized in boat building. Before that, it was just farmers building boats on the side, but you were mainly a farmer and a boat builder. Now you could be a boat builder and a farmer. And another thing that happened, I say that steam bending frames comes during that time, and also we start building boats with molds to bend the planks on. Before that, we didn't do that. But that was the main thing that happened in the 1910s. Then we jump to the last 50 years, which is the start of the decline of wooden boat building in Iceland. The high point of it was in the 1930s, 1940s. A lot of boats were being built, but with introduction of both steel and plastic, everything kind of goes to shit. By the late 1980s, 1990s, no wooden boats are being built in Iceland. And for the next 20 years, no wooden boats are being built. It's not until 2005 there is a documentary made about clinker boats, just the history of it in all Nordic countries, and also a step-by-step guide to build a clinker boat. And my master was a part of that. And him and a few of his colleagues decided to put on a course in boat building, Icelandic boat building. And I think he's been a part of a course every single year since 2008, except for 2020 and 21, the COVID years. There was nothing like that going on there. The biggest problem right now is that there aren't any new people getting into it. I graduated with a svinsbrev, or a journeyman's license, I think it's called in English, in 2023. There was another guy in 2021, and then the guy before him was in 91. So there are no new people getting into it. And to make matters even worse, I think it was actually almost on the 1-year anniversary of the clinker boats getting onto the UNESCO list. The Icelandic government decided that they would take wooden boat building off their list of legally protected trades. So there isn't really any legal network to protect people from just calling themselves a boat builder. And because of that, the trade schools stopped teaching it as a course or being able to learn it. I'm the last person to go through the course or the education of a boat builder in Iceland right now. Hopefully not the last, but that's basically, the last big thing that happened in boat building in Iceland. I would just like to finish it with a few pictures of Icelandic boats. The one in the bottom right corner is the oldest boat in Iceland. It's called Vegurbreiður. But yeah, I hope you learned something about Icelandic boat building. My name is Einar Jóhann, and just thank you very much.
So indeed, the wooden boats, the clinker boats, and the building and the skill to build those wooden boats is in the heart of safeguarding of this tradition. We're going to go deeper into the wooden and clinker boat building education, and we will have Fredrik Lejonhufvud from Sweden to guide us through.
Hi, thank you very much for coming here. I think I will have the presentation in Swedish, på svenska. On demand in Swedish. På svenska har jag min presentation. Och det här blir lite lockbete för den workshop som kommer imorgon om utbildning. Så jag hoppas att det är många som är intresserade av det. Så hur byter jag? Är det den här? Ja. Det här är en presentation med en översikt över utbildning och saker som har med utbildning att göra i de nordiska länderna. Det är inte lätt att få en överblick. Jag har gjort så gott jag kan. Jag har fått lite hjälp av mina nordiska kollegor. Men det kommer att vara fel i den. Jag är 100% säker på det. Men det är lite så att jag jobbar som lärare på Skeppsholmens folkhögskola. Jag har ju varit där i mer än 20 år. Och sen har jag nu de senaste åren varit doktorand på Göteborgs universitet. Också med i styrelsegruppen sedan 2017 tror jag. Jag tycker de här utbildningsfrågorna är väldigt viktiga. Och översikten visar ju att alla har brister, kan man säga. Men jag tror att om man tittar på det gemensamt så har vi skulle kunna komplettera varandra i de nordiska länderna och få till någonting bättre kanske. Och det här har jag delat upp i vad som finns i grundläggande utbildning i de nordiska länderna, hur det ser ut idag. Om vi tittar här nere i Finland, vi var igår och tittade på TAU, den yrkesskolan där man kan gå 3 år. Men det är inte många där som sen blir träbåtsbyggare. Det kanske handlar om 1 eller 2 personer per år och som fortsätter då som lärlingar. Och sen så har vi 2 stycken folkhögskolor som utbildar i träbåtsbyggeri. Och i Sverige där har vi nu bara 3 stycken folkhögskolor och alla är inriktade på klink. Det är inga yrkesutbildningar egentligen. Det cirkulerar väl ungefär 30 studenter per år. I Danmark finns det en båtbyggarskolan som är yrkesinriktad och det är ungefär 25 studenter per år. Jag tror inte alla blir träbåtsbyggare. Vi får rätta mig sen då. Och sen i Norge finns ju den här yrkesskolan i Fredrikstad som som jag har förstått det är 2 år varav en är inriktad på båtbygge. Och sen finns Fosens folkhögskola med traditionellt båtbygge. Färöarna, där står det no formalized basic education. Det kan ju låta lite svagt, men å andra sidan så är det ju, alltså vi pratar tradition. Det är ju, det var ju så utbildningen såg ut traditionellt. Det formaliserade är ju någonting nytt. Så att så såg det ut överallt egentligen. Och Island som vi hörde att det har funnits möjligheter till utbildning men det har tyvärr lagts ner. Sen har vi det här med lärlingssystem. Och som jag förstod det på här i Finland så om man går den här 3-åriga yrkesutbildningen så är den slutdelen framförallt då arbetsplatsbaserad. I Sverige där är lärlingsutbildningen, den är som en formaliserad typ av skola. Så att man går 2,5 eller 3 år och efter den tiden och under den tiden så tar man studielån eller studiebidrag. Så man är inte betald och så går man i skola 1 dag i veckan. I Danmark så har jag förstått det som att det hänger ihop med den båtbyggarskolan som jag nämnde tidigare. Och där får man lite betalt. Och Norge också 2 år och man får lite betalt vad jag förstått. Och som Färöarna not formalized, alltså inte formaliserat. Men jag tror att de färöiska båtbyggarna har på något sätt gått lärlingar hos mästare. Och Island, där är lite frågetecken. Det är inte aktivt men skulle väl vara möjligt eller? lite frågetecken. Ska vi se. Ja, det här är ju nästa nivå, tänkte jag vi skulle titta på. Hur ser det ut om man vill gå vidare, om man vill fördjupa sig? Och där finns ju egentligen, i Norge finns ju det här hantverksstipendiat som jag tror att det är 3 båtbyggare som har genomgått den fördjupade, där man kan då i sitt hantverk göra en djupstudie som man kanske inte har möjlighet att göra när man jobbar professionellt. Och jag tänker att det här är ju någonting som vi verkligen skulle ha behov av inom klinkbåtstraditionerna och liksom gå djupt in i traditionen. Och vad jag förstått så är det bara i Norge som den möjligheten finns just nu. Sen har vi det här med vad man kan få för olika såna här certifikat. Och det stämmer väl säkert inte helt det här heller. Men Sverige är jag ju ganska säker på. Och där kallar vi det gesäll. Det är ju journeyman. Och det är ju mellan 3 och 4 år som man varav det ska vara både utbildning och på arbetsplats. Och sen mästarbrevet, det är ganska kopplat då till att man är egen företagare. Och man ska ha yrkeserfarenhet i 6 år efter gesällbrevet. Nej, det finns inte. Nej. Men det finns det fagbrevet, eller hur? Ja. Jag var lite osäker på den. Men som sagt, det innehåller fel. Ja, och i Island har vi, jag uppfattar det som att det fortfarande finns möjlighet där. Men att det är väldigt ovanligt. Och både Norge och Danmark, där känns det som att de här fagbrev och svendebrev, att det är ganska etablerat. Medan i Sverige kan jag säga att gesällbrev, det finns ganska många båtbyggare som inte har tagit gesällbrev eller mästarbrev som är yrkesverksamma. Och Färöarna, mycket stort frågetecken. Jag funderade på om det möjligen fanns kanske att man skulle kunna följa danska formellt sett. Men det får vi diskutera kanske. Det här är lite grann hur jag tänker mig att alltså vad har vi att förhålla oss till, vi som bedriver utbildning. Och vi har ju den här kulturarvssektorn och klinkbåtstraditionerna som står för en del av vad man sätter för, vad vi vill ha ut av utbildningen. Kanske vi som sitter här som är inriktade på traditionellt eller väldigt traditionellt båtbyggeri. Men vi möter ju också kunderna och det är mera där den stora efterfrågan på träbåtsbyggare ofta är ju det renovering av träbåtar, jotter. Så att de vill ju också ha in den delen i utbildningen. Och det kan ju även vara att man jobbar med andra material än trä. Sen har vi ju studenternas önskemål, vad de vill få ut av utbildningen. Och någonstans där ska vi positionera oss. Och jag tar som exempel som vi på Skeppsholmen. Alltså från vissa håll så upplevs vi, ni är väldigt moderna. Medan andra tycker att vi är väldigt gammaldags. Och sen så får man studenter och den ena studenten vill bygga liksom någonting ganska modernt och någon vill bygga vikingaskepp. Alltså det är svårt att möta alla de här i en utbildning. Jag är snart klar. Det här är några reflektioner. Alltså, om vi ser gemensamt över de nordiska länderna så är det väldigt få som utbildar sig och specialiserar sig på att bli klinkbåtsbyggare som huvudsaklig yrke. Och det finns olikheter mellan länderna när det gäller utbildning och certifikat. Så jag tänkte att det kunde vara något vi kunde diskutera på workshopen imorgon. Är det någonting som vi ska försöka göra bättre tillsammans? Och det är ju så att trots att vi är så få så är det finns ganska lite samarbete mellan länderna. Det samarbete som sker är ju ganska ofta att det är på studentnivå. Alltså att om man är intresserad av att lära sig båtbygge så kanske man tittar på båtbyggarutbildningar i hela Norden och sen så kanske man letar efter det som passar bäst för det man vill uppnå. Så vi har ju också haft på Skeppsholmen studenter från andra nordiska länder och från övriga världen också. Ja, jag är klar.
Tack så mycket, Fredrik. So indeed, I often even say that if we would have inscribed the building of wooden clinker boats, it maybe should have gone to the urgent safeguarding lists. So we definitely have a lot to discuss together, and especially tomorrow in the workshops on how to keep the building of wooden boats alive. This skill is in the very heart of this tradition, and we really have a lot to learn from each other and think, how are we going to do this? But now we're going to move on to the civil society. So there are maybe thousands of NGOs, non-governmental organizations around the Nordic countries who work with and for the clinker boats, and we're going to have Astrid Olhagen from Åland to speak to us, and also på svenska. Varsågod.
Ja, Okej. Tack. Ja, jag pratar ju gärna svenska. Jag tycker ju en av de mest fantastiska sakerna med nordiskt samarbete är ju faktiskt att vi kan prata danska, vi kan prata norska, vi kan prata svenska och ändå förstå varandra. Så jag tänker inte ägna mig åt att vara engelsk eller amerikansk, utan jag pratar svenska. Men jag har gjort det här på engelska också så att alla ska kunna hänga med. Och det här ska då handla om användarnas betydelse för klinkbåtarnas existens. Och då är det ju så här att det ser lite olika ut med organisationer för klinkbåtar i Norden. Det finns små lokala föreningar egentligen överallt i Norden. Men på många ställen så är de ju väldigt lokala och bara lokala. Där skiljer sig ju kanske förbundet Kysten och Norge sig lite grann, där de ju faktiskt organiserar de här små lokala föreningarna i sitt förbund. I Sverige så har man ju gjort så då istället att man har föreningen Allmogebåtar som ju då existerar i hela Sverige, men de har olika arbetslag på olika lokala ställen, även om tyngden framförallt är i Bohuslän. Och sen så har ju då Finland också nu då börjat engagera, kanske inte så mycket föreningar som just båtbyggaret tillsammans. Vad man också kan säga är skillnaden i de nordiska länderna är ju då att det finns ett mycket större intresse för det här med klinkbåtar och båttraditioner i Norge och i Danmark än vad det gör i Sverige och Finland. Från myndigheternas sida, från politikernas sida. Det fattas liksom beslut om att stötta föreningar som vill bevara saker mycket elegantare i Norge och i Danmark än vad det gör i Finland och i Sverige. Och här i Finland till exempel så kan man ju söka bidrag från olika fonder, men myndigheterna är inte riktigt med på tåget. Minst inte på Åland. Det här var om organisationer. Men jag tänkte framförallt berätta om någonting som faktiskt inte är någon organisation. Det heter Vinden drar och det är begynnelseorden i en visa som går vinden drar, skeppet far bort till fjärran land. Och jag kommer återkomma till varför det här evenemanget heter så. Det finns ingen organisation. Det finns inga stadgar. Det görs inga demokratiska val av ansvariga personer eller att det är vissa saker som gäller. Det bygger helt och hållet på kontakter mellan människor och deras entusiasm. Jaha, förlåt, ursäkta mig. Jag tycker det är så överväldigande när jag hör min egen röst så att jag tar bort det. Okej. Det här var egentligen nog bara tänkt att det skulle vara en engångsträff när det ordnades första gången. Men det ordnades alltså för 40:e gången i år i Sverige. Med över 200 deltagare från hela Norden. Och faktiskt några från Tyskland också. Och då var det flera sällskap som kom i 3 generationer. Det var mor, far eller farföräldrar som hade varit med de första gångerna som Vinden drar ordnades med sina barn. Nu var barnen också med, men med sina barn. Så det här är verkligen då någonting som faktiskt har gått så att man har liksom förmedlat den här kunskapen och entusiasmen för den här aktiviteten ner genom generationerna och garanterat föryngringen. Och det var alltså deltagare som var över 80 år som var med. Den yngsta var bara några månader. Och sen fanns det allt däremellan. Tonåringar, 20-åringar, 30-åringar, allt. Och hur det här nu började? Det började alltså med att Skötbåtsföreningen var med på Åland, var med och lät bygga en storbåt, en traditionell åländsk ganska stor klinkbåt för att kunna engagera och få med ungdomar och segla. Men man kliade sig i huvudet och sa, men hur ska vi få med ungdomarna att segla? Vi måste fråga de som håller på i Norden i övrigt om det här. Så att då bjöd man in människor från Sverige och från Danmark och från Norge, alla som man kände till, som då kom till det första Vinden drar som hölls på Åland 1985. Det var bara tänkt, det söktes ju pengar till det här förstås. Och det var folk som kom med sina båtar. Det var en färöisk båt med till exempel. Och det kom liksom båtar och det kom människor och det fanns pengar till det här. Men det var tänkt bara som en engångsgrej. Men saken var ju den att norrmännen som var med, de tyckte det här var ju bra. Det här var ju jättekul. Nu måste vi bjuda in nästa år. Och då så åkte vi alltså till en holme utanför Bergen som heter Stord och var på Vinden drar där. Första Vinden drar var det ungefär 140 deltagare. I Norge första året var det ungefär 70. På den tiden bodde jag fortfarande i Sverige. Så 1987 så insåg jag att nu är det Sveriges tur. Och då blev det ett Vinden drar i Stockholms skärgård. Och sen hade ju inte danskarna mycket att välja på. Så därför så blev det ju då i Sydfyn så blev det och då var det också en sån här seglats runt omkring. Och 1989 var det tillbaks på Åland. Då låg vi stilla på ett ställe i Kökar. Och efter det så har det rullat på så här att det har varit Åland, Norge, Sverige, Danmark. Med några undantag då. 1995 eller 1994 i Norge så var det färingar med och sa, kan ni inte komma till Färöarna? Och då så sa Sverige att okej, men då gör vi det följande år istället, 1996. Så 95 var vi till Färöarna. Sen 2020 så var det ju pandemin och då blev det faktiskt inställt. Det var tänkt och planerat att det skulle vara i Bohuslän i Sverige, men det blev då istället 2021 där. Och 2025 så var det då igen i Sverige och då var det 40-årsjubileum här i Stockholms skärgård, Arholma. Nej, nu gör jag fel på något sätt. Här är då storbåten Kajsa när den sjösattes 1984 i Björkö. Och det är ju egentligen det som är då början på Vinden drar. Den här är jag inte riktigt säker på hur bra den går fram. Det här är alltså var det har varit och vilka år det har varit. Vi har varit längs med norska kusten men inte längre än norrut än Lofoten. Och om man tittar här i Finland och så har det varit väldigt tätt i skärgårdshavet. Vi har varit i Österbotten en gång men annars har det varit väldigt här i skärgårdshavet och runt Åland. Och också i Sverige så har vi varit uppe på Holmen utanför Umeå och vi har varit i Bohuslän och vi har varit i Blekinge. Men vi har inte varit överhuvudtaget längs med Hallandskusten eller i Skåne. Och en gång var vi på Gotland. Och Danmark är ju inte så stort så det är klart att allting blir ganska nära där. Och här är det då alla ställen det har varit på. Och det är ju då alltså 10 år på varje, eller 10 ställen i varje land. Och det är nu då planerat. Det är ju så också att man vet ju aldrig vad det ska bli för den sista dagen på det Vinden drar som man är på. Det pågår alltså en vecka. Då vet man, om det är Sverige, då vet danskarna att det är de som ska bjuda in på avslutningsfesten. Och vi blir bjudna till Barsö som ligger i Lilla Bält till 2026. Det är allt vi vet hittills. Och det här är då 40-årsjubileet på Arholma. Det var ganska mycket ditseglade åländska båtar. Det var några norska båtar. Och så var det ju förstås svenska båtar. Och vi har alltid lite roddtävlingar och barkbåtstävlingar. Här är ju då lite mera bilder. Det finns en egendom som ägs av Vinden drar. Och det är flaggorna som ni ser uppe på den här bilden högst upp till vänster. De flaggorna överlämnas av det arrangerade landet till det kommande landet. Så de fladdrar alltid alla Vinden drar. Och sen har vi då en liten barkbåtstävlan nere till vänster. Och sen så är det bryggan. Och där kan ni se att det är ganska stor åldersskillnad på. Det är sådana med vackert grått hår och sådana med betydligt mera färg i håret. Det var allt.
Tack så mycket Astrid. So first of all, thank you, dear Nordic colleagues, for your understanding on the languages. We made the choice that Swedes or Finnish-Swedish people can speak Swedish here on the big stage, and then others please speak English. As much as we love the Nordic languages, if you're not a native Swedish speakers, Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic and Faroe Icelandic, they are really difficult, if not impossible. So we dearly thank you for your patience. But thank you for all the speakers for being in such good time. So now we actually have some 20 minutes for discussion. And sorry if you're annoyed that why didn't I get the chance to raise my hand already in the morning. So we decided that we now run through these presentations, and in the end you can have your comments and your questions, and then especially tomorrow is more the time for discussion, not to mention the lunchtime. But now would be the time to ask for more details or to comment on any of these. And I would ask you to maybe to propose the question on the language that the person was speaking, so we'll get the message through best. And I think maybe, Anni, we're having the interpreters are having a break now, so I'm not sure, yeah. So there's not a translation available now online, but questions and comments. I should have warned you beforehand, but you see it coming in the program. I already saw that there were many themes that many people were discussing and whispering in the audience, so many kind of thoughts going around. But this is now the moment to be brave in a full auditorium and then with so many bright minds. But let's start.
Hello, my name is John Wallstedt. I'm from Denmark, and my question is to Fredrik Lejonhufvud, and it's regarding the building of this paddle steamer Erik Nordeval many years ago. Wasn't there at that time a university degree in Sweden for people who wanted to be shipbuilding masters?
The short question is no, but you can study shipbuilding as an engineer. But there was actually plans that the University of Gothenburg would start having. That was by the time that Sweden signed the convention of the intangible heritage. Actually, I was on a meeting with people from the Swedish Heritage Board and the National Maritime Museum, and we're discussing shipbuilding as in regards of intangible heritage and maybe connected to university, or but nothing really did happen then. So yeah.
More questions and comments. This is the reason why we're going to put you into smaller groups than tomorrow. It's much easier to discuss within 10 or 20 people than in such a big group.
Okay. My name is Hannele Kalski. I'm an activist in this area. But I was wondering, is it possible to have one school in Nordic countries together? Only one school. And then we can have money and again money and marketing and everything concerned what we are now talking about. Okay, that's my question.
Aha, there is a voluntary group to start this kind of education.
Hello, my name is Carl Strandvik. I
represent the regional coastal organization of southernmost part of Norway, part of Forbundet Kysten. I'm concerned about passing this tradition on to next generations. So we work with schools and kindergartens, and we have a special course for school children and kindergarten children. This is because we have to pass this tradition on to the children and the youth. And I hope I will learn more about this in this conference.
Yes, this is definitely the time. Tomorrow we'll continue on this topic as well, but if you want to steal the mic now and announce something to whole group, this is your moment. Share your practice.
Good afternoon. I don't have a question, but a comment. I come from the National Finnish Agency for Education. And about the qualifications we have in vocational education and training, we have this initial vocational education, and from that you can be a boat builder. And as it was said, nowadays it's only TAVA, which is like having the education. But then we have two more vocational qualifications. We have this further vocational qualification, and at the moment we are renewing it. So we have wooden boats building as well in the qualifications, and I'm really glad that we have started to work, and I have a lot of help from the NGOs and cooperation with different kind of people. But this is one thing we can do more together to think the qualifications as how students need, how the heritage needs, and of course the third thing was, which was on the presentation as well. We have to think about the boat industry, but together I think we can try to renew it as well as possible, and in that sense maybe more people will be interested in that education. There was only a comment. Thank you.
Yes. I have a question for the representatives of Norway and Denmark. You mentioned that you have the officials and government on board. You can do wonderful things with the money you get. How do we do with this in Finland, Sweden, and other countries?
A question from boat builder Mats Vuorenjuuri.
Can we find a person
which country
to answer?
Sweden and Norway or Denmark? Kai, might you have some? Oh, there's a brave one.
Hello, hi. Yeah, one thing I'm interested in talking with people about is how do we generate more interest in Nordic Clinker boating from abroad? So I come from the U.S. There's a tremendous interest in the techniques, and there's a lot of potential money. Like for example, like the Sons of Norway in the U.S. has like lots and lots of money that might help fund programs here. But yeah, I'm interested in talking about how can we spread the knowledge and interest and tourism economy and all that from abroad.
So Dave Klemmer, please introduce yourself when we start. But we're going to go to Søren from Denmark.
About the good system in Denmark, I would say we do it differently in the different countries, and somehow we are very envious on the other countries always. Because in Denmark we have very big problem in calling up state parties. We have no contact in the state parties who actually carry it on as you do here in Finland. So I wouldn't say in that purpose we are doing very good in Denmark. But we have an education in Denmark, making boat builders, of course, and that's very good compared to some of the other countries. But I think the get together here is about, well, be inspired of where to fight.
Hi, my name is Elena Ilmola, and I presume that I'm representing industry here, kind of. I would like to support the good idea of Mrs. Kalske. You know, the activists are running the world and thriving the change. I think it is a good idea to join the forces, and instead of trying to create a, individual country-specific systems, is to collaborate and to integrate industry there as well as a part of collaboration, because that is the only way we are able to support heritage, that we create a good business out of it.
Let's take one question more.
Yeah, my name is Bodo. I'm also working at the Viking Ship Museum as a boat builder. And I need to comment on this idea that all countries should have one place where boat building is taught. I think this is actually a very dangerous idea, because we are talking about clinker built boats, but we are also talking about many, let's call them dialects of the same language. And if we just centralize this, it will just be the death of many of these dialects. So I just needed to say that. So.
Yeah, hi. I'm Asger from the Danish Boat Building School. And I just wanted shortly to add Fredrik, that the Danish education also covers Greenland and the Faroe Islands. So if you can find a boat yard to work at, you can go to Denmark for school. And with regard to our standing with the politicians and the state, I think the reason that we have some means to use is that we also provide the education for the industry. So if the boat yards making clinker-built boats want to have something to say with regard to the education, they have to join in the group that sets the framework for our school. And but I'll talk more about that tomorrow.
Just to mention, we have been working with the Folk Instrument Network in Nordic and Baltic countries with a very similar situation. So with the education, there's practically no schools, or it's even worse, the situation, and we've been trying to work it out. And this is something maybe when you do it, then we might follow you, but what we have been thinking is to kind of have some kind of project with not like have to join one joint school, but have some kind of network with education activities, and especially using the online possibilities. So I think there are still, this is a very valuable comment, that you should kind of understand the diversity of the heritage, but I think it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do anything, that there is possibility to go to go with the diversity, but also have the joint efforts and strengths.
Okay, thank you, Matti. I think now it's time to stop this. Ture, you have to be short. At least my tummy is already making some noise. We have tomorrow a long day to discuss.
Just want to comment on Bodo's, and you mentioned also the diversity. This discussion is vital important, I think, to focus on traditional local, the boat system locally. So we have to try to find a balance between these very good ideas of joining forces, maybe making one school or some school, and just manage to keep, because what is most threatened is this, as I spoke about, this endangered local system and the tradition around one boat type or the strict dialects, as someone called it, and diversities. So it's very, you have to balance this and find a solution for both approaches.
You are really the last now.
Thank you. And it's also just a comment on this educational matter, the collaboration, that there could be an idea of making coming together in this network and creating the ideal curriculum that everybody could work, and then have the best practices from everyone, and then maybe have joint courses online or summer schools, or I don't know. There are examples of this, and it's Nordic funded projects, for instance, in guidance and other. Yeah.
I knew this would happen. Once you just get the discussion started, it won't end. But luckily we have the lunch break coming, and there will be room to discuss with each other, and could you now already know some new people with whom you want to exchange ideas. We're going to have lunch in 2 turns, so if you're very hungry, head up to the restaurant. There's was it 60 places reserved for us? The lunch is served in the same place as the morning coffee was, and then on your right side it says varattu, reserved, museiverket, so you can sit there and also elsewhere if there is place. But I ask that some of you, let's see how full it gets, but you could go to the museum, or some of you will go to the guided tour on the collections together with Timo and Juha. And that tour will leave in front of the info, so gather there. But now when you have your name tag, you are free to go to see the museum. And on the scene you see the current exhibitions. So you will have a variety of 8 different exhibitions you can go to, so take your time and visit them. Now is the time. And what else? Nothing else. I hope you enjoyed the morning session. I think we are really in good speed now with our boats. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy each other's company, keep on discussing, and we will return here 2 o'clock sharp. Kiitos.
Okay, good afternoon everyone, and welcome to our session on various ways of using the clinker boats. God eftermiddag och välkommen till vår session om olika sätt att använda klinkerbåtar. That is the translation by word, and I'm not sure if it expresses the idea of this session. But anyway, I would first like to say that this is kind of an honor to gather with skilled boat builders, museum curators, academic researchers, and most of all with passionate clinker boat enthusiasts, all united by shared appreciation for these timeless, beautiful vessels. In this session, we look not only at the past of these boats, but also the many roles they continue to play. So during the next hour, we will hear 4 presentations, and as you have heard many times, we do have a tight schedule, so let's embark our voyage of ideas, discoveries, and inspiration. And with that, I declare this session open and invite our first speaker to the stage, Miss Kristina Djurhuus Christiansen. She is an anthropologist and works currently as a curator at the Faroe Island National Museum. Please, Christine, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello, it's nice to see you all. I'm so excited to be here. I am Kristina, and I am the coordinator of the UNESCO Convention of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, and I'm also the coordinator of the inscription of the Nordic Clinker Boat traditions in the Faroe Islands. Today I will have a talk about our national sport, which is rowing in clinker boats. It's a popular sport in the Faroe Islands, and this year was actually a record year for participation in the National Faroe Championships. So, where did it all begin? The Faroese are born with oars in their hands. That is a popular old saying, which is a reminder of how dependent they were on the boats and on the sea, on the rowing skill in the Faroe Islands. The Faroe boat is built for oars. The sail was always secondary because of the unpredictable winds and the unpredictable weather condition. So they had to be good rowers. It was a matter of life and death. The boat was the lifeline in the Faroe Islands. It was at the center aspects of the center of all aspects of life. Where there were people, there were boats. It connected the islands and the villages. It was the workplace. It was for fishing. It was for transportation of goods and people. It was for emergencies. It was a playground, and most importantly, it was at the center of rivalry and competition. Boat racing was a spontaneous and natural part of everyday life. For example, when two boats met on sea, they started racing to the shore, just for fun. They couldn't help themselves. Sometimes, when they met on their way out, they had to race out to get the best fishing spot. So rowing was, sometimes there was something at stake, but other times it was just for fun. So I guess you can say that it has always been the national sport in the Faroe Islands. In the late 19th century, rowing begins its development into an officially recognized sport. The first official rowing competition that we know of was in 1880. And a few years later, the first competition was in Tórshavn at the St. Olaf's Festival, which is the national holiday in the Faroe Islands, and it was arranged as an entertainment event. But at this time, men were quite hesitant to participate in the competitions, probably because they were rowing so much in their daily life, and maybe also because they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of a large crowd. But a few decades later, in 1918, women participate for the first time. And now, men are more encouraged to participate as well. So it was at this time period that interest in rowing competition increased. And I can mention that since 1924, there has been a rowing competition on the St. Olaf's Festival every year. So this was the 101th year. As rowing is developing into an officially recognized sport in the Faroe Islands, so does a new variant of the traditional clinker boat. So I wanted to briefly mention these two boat builders, since they have played a significant role in the development of the sport and the boat. The one on your left is Niklas Koltre, and he, throughout his boat building career, he built 360 boats, of which 75 of them were racing boats. His boats were popular, and they did well in the competitions, and the measurement of his boats were the ones that were introduced as fixed measurements for the competing boat by the, at that time, National Sports Association. And that was for fair competition. And the other one on your right is Sámal Hansen. And he built his first racing boat in 1996. And that boat did really well. It was within the allowed measurements. There were a few adjustments, but it was nearly 100 kilos lighter than the other boats. So now again, a change is happening. And he has not been unemployed since this. He has built way over 100 boats today. There is around, on average, I would say there are 6 boats of this type is built every year, so there is a demand for this type of boat. Rowing is well organized in the Faroe Islands. There are 26 local rowing clubs. Some are more active than others. And then there's the National Rowing Association that organizes competitions. They set the rules and approve of the boats for the competitions. They compete in 4 different boat sizes: 5, 6, 8, and 10 men's boats. And there are different age groups, from children down to 12. And then there are youth, adults, and masters. And for the masters group, you have to be at least 36 years old. The distance is quite short. For the children, it's 500 meters. And for the other groups, it's 1,000 meters. And the Faroe Championship is held in 7 different summer festivals in the Faroe Islands, with the big finals on St. Ola's Festival in Tórshavn on July 28th. And the championship in rowing is one of the main events at these festivals. Rowing is a tough sport. It's a full body workout. You have to give it all you got. You need good teamwork and you need discipline. And the competitions are intense and they're wild and they're very exciting. And you're in it to win it, but of course there can only be one winner. If you don't win, you might have challenged yourself to the limits. Your team might have set a personal record, or maybe for some boats it's an achievement not to be the last one at the finish line. But it's not only about the competitions, and winning is not everything. It's also about moments together with your team, good training sessions. You're out on nature, you're out on sea, you get a lot of fresh air. It's about friendship, it's about communities coming together. And when you choose to row for a season, you have to commit, because you have to train most days of the week, regardless of the weather, which is not always very good in the Faroe Islands. So it takes discipline and a strong team spirit. And when you see rowers, young and old, taking the boats out of the boathouses in the springtime, then you know now it's spring in the Faroe Islands. It's just, the boats are a visible and natural part of the summer landscape in the Faroe Islands. Well, I said that winning isn't everything, but if you win the championship, the feeling is amazing. These pictures are from the St. Ola's Festival, from the finals. The atmosphere is intense, it's euphoric, and there's also disappointment and exhaustion in the air. And the audience, the friends and family and people from your local rowing club or your local area, they're all cheering and celebrating. And the champions, they're honored with trophies and medals. But no matter how it goes, now all the rowers can relax and enjoy the St. Ola's festivities with their friends and family. And the championship is now over for the season. Honor not only goes to the champions, it also goes to the winning boats. When the boat comes ashore, it is greeted by the crowd and lifted up and carried away. So that's quite funny. And I think that in the Faroe Islands, the rowing sport gives the clinker boat a purpose. It's a link to our coastal heritage and to our forefathers. And it keeps the flame of rivalry and competition and good sportsmanship alive. And it brings generations together, it brings communities together, and it contributes to a sense of identity and continuity. So it has a huge social and cultural significance. And it's practiced all over the country, and the boats are visible, and the Faroese rowers and the rowing clubs are great custodians of this coastal heritage. They're well organized, and the National Rowing Association, they're doing a really good job in creating good conditions and arranging various rowing activities throughout the year. And even if you don't really care that much about rowing, if you're not really that interested, most people follow it anyway, not so much because of the sport, but more because of the traditions. And it's broadcast live on national television and on the radio, and the results are published in the newspapers on the following day. So it's impossible not to follow. It's just there. You can't escape it. So I'll finish by saying that clinker boats and rowing are still relevant in the Faroe Islands, and it is a living heritage. It will continue into the future, but of course we can't take anything for granted, and we have to make an effort, but I'm optimistic, which is a good thing, because that means that we will have to build more clinker boats in the future as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristina. Very impressive national sport you have at Faroe Islands. Compared to what we have in Finland, it's like a long distance running and javelin throwing. So that seems much nicer. Our next, is it ready to be? Oh, okay. The next presentation will not be in 3D mode, but it is a video recording made by Tuomas Värjö, who works as a curator at the Maritime Centre Forum Marinum in Turku in Finland. And Tuomas will tell us about museum's role in the digitalization project, which took care and documented the clinker boat drawings. Oh, it works.
Yes. Hello everyone, and greetings from Turku. My name is Tuomas Värjö. I work as a curator at Forum Marinum here, and I should have been with you there, but I was unable to come, so we thought that we put this into a pre-recorded presentation about the LIMI project that we had just last year and still continuing on to this year, about documenting and digitizing drawings of clinker-built boats in Finland. So I'll tell you briefly about our project. The background for the project was that we have this great group of people in Finland, the Circle for Clinker Boat Traditions, experts and enthusiasts about clinker boats, and they get together regularly, led by Leena Marsio, and aim to preserve, pass and develop on Finnish clinker boat tradition. And the idea for this kind of projects for collecting clinker boat materials originated with that group. And in 2021 there was a survey by the Maritime Museum of Finland about these materials, in which it was found out that there is need for documenting and preserving drawings, plans, and clinker boat materials in general. And so the LIMI project was started, and the idea was to map, record, digitize, and make accessible drawings of both old and new clinker-built boats. And the project received funding from the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture for last year, when most of the work was done. And here are the project goals. First of all, preserving and strengthening traditional knowledge related to clinker boats through a national survey and documentation. Then compiling and publishing the digitized and inventoried materials for use for everyone interested, from professionals and researchers to different enthusiasts. And then transferring this intangible cultural heritage of boat building among all sorts of people, from professionals to hobbyists across the board, which helps then to preserve this tradition forward. And the work was started in January last year with the steering group established for the project. And Forum Marinum was starting the project by getting the funding, making the plans originally, and the steering group then included also the Finnish Heritage Agency, the Maritime Museum of Finland, the Rauma Maritime Museum, and the Finnish Clinker Built Boats Association. And so it was mainly museum people, but also actual boat builders involved in the steering group, which then met rather regularly during the last year. And I was in the project mainly as an administrator, but we also hired a project researcher, Liisa Saarinen, who was a long-term professional in museum and cultural heritage work, and she did a great part of the work, gathering the materials and putting together the map plans and drawings to digitize. And then inquiries were made across the country through different channels. The contacts were established with museums, archives, associations, and Liisa made several trips in different parts of the country. For example, Merimasku, Eurajoki, Porvoo, Loviisa, Helsinki, Kokkola, to find materials, to record them, to make them ready for transport to digitization, and then workshops and a webinar were also organized for different people attending, researchers, enthusiasts, boat builders, here in Turku as well. And here you can see the project timeline from beginning to mapping the materials, to visiting collections and archives, to then choosing which drawings to digitize, which partner do work, the actual digitization work, contracts with different parties about, for example, how the drawings could be used, cataloging them, and then building the FinNAF view for them. I'll get to that a bit later. And communication about the project were continuing all along. And then what were the results? The project mapped Clinkerboat heritage and inventoried both boat drawings and in fact also boats in different parts of the country. And in the end, drawings were digitized for 10 different collections listed here. The Ålands Maritime Museum, the Ålands Museum of Cultural History, the Åraki Christian College, the Föreningens Svanfors Båtvarv Association, the K.H. Renlund Museum, the Outboard Museum Association, the Porvoo Museum, the Rahe Museum, the Rönnes Archipelago Museum, and the archive of the Department of Maritime History at Åbo Academy. And then also drawings were digitized from 3 private collections, which of Harro Koskinen, Jari Harju, and Kalle Krekelä. And it amounted to almost 300 drawings collected in this project, in this one-year project. And also we gathered information on more than 300 Clinker-built boats from 35 different collections, to have some idea where we have those boats in museums and in collections. Basically, this was only limited time for this work and only limited funding, but we both with Liisa thought it's a very good start, very good thing to build upon in future projects. And there's examples of those drawings and some ideas from where they are. So mainly from the coastal areas. Åland, Southwest Finland, Uusimaa, Satakunta, Central Ostrobothnia, Northern Ostrobothnia were the key areas where these drawings plans were found. And additional material from all across the country. But as you see from the list, this was mostly the coastal area, southern Finland. And what was then comparatively missing was northern Finland and eastern Finland. And those would be the goals for future projects, to find drawings and plans from those areas. And here you can see examples. Drawings from Harro Koskinen's collection, which are very important important as Harro is a well-known designer for boats. Then from the Helsinki area, from Uusimaa region, different also newer, so there's rather newer boats, for example, motorboats from Porvoo, from the Vilnius Båtvarv archives, boats made there. From Loviisa and Pernaja, and examples of boats and models there as well. Satakunta, from netting boats to Laatikko boat, and you can see also the work done by Lisa in collecting tradition as well. For example, recording bending wooden boards for building a boat. From Kokkola, from Alfons Kvarnström's plans, several were digitized. In fact, from there, a lot of these materials couldn't be digitized yet in this process, so there's more work to be done. But a collection of them was achieved. From Öja, from Svenfors Båtvarv. Then from the Rahe area. And then there are some materials from Northern Superstition Lapland, as we had a man, Heikki Tiilikka, who was studying in Oulu University and came as a part-time worker in the project as part of his studies, and then made a important contribution by recording history of boat building in the Lapland area. It's also included in the project. And here you can see the results who made the digitization. So Grano digitized the drawings, which is chosen through different bids made by companies, and the drawings have been then delivered to the museums that loaned the drawings to us, or the collections loaned the drawings to us. And here you can see the details of what kind of materials are available. So TIFF files at 600 dpi, smaller JPEG preview pictures, and PDF files of the materials. And they are mostly available with the CC BY 4.0 license. So free to use, but the source must be mentioned. And the situation right now is that the LIMI view on Finna is available in Finnish, Swedish, and English. And in practice, it's a sub-view of the existing Forum Marinum Finna view. The digitization of drawings belonging in one collection is still partly ongoing, but otherwise they're all digitized and will be added through Forum Marinum to our own Aina system, and then to Finna, and through other museums then their own systems and to Finna. And some work is still needed to be done, especially with adding relevant search terms to materials, so they are easily accessible and can be found on Finna. And not everything is yet in Finna, but will be added through Forum Marinum's own work. And all these digitized materials are available through Forum Marinum. So contact me if you want to see what we have, and I can then provide you with the materials. So that was it in a nutshell. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter, and I hope then that we can continue this project further with building on the work we have done here, and especially what Liisa Saarinen has done here as a central part in this project. Thank you.
I will thank Tuomas, even though he can't hear me. Well, he said that this is a good start. I think this is a very promising start. And also, did Tuomas mention that the project was possible by the grant given by the Ministry of Education? Yeah, okay, yes, he did.
And I just want to say that it's an amazing website at finna.fi, and it's in English and Swedish. So I hope you got the link or ask it from me or Tuomas. All museum people, go and check it out. It's a great model. You should do it in other countries as well if you have not done it yet.
Okay, and our next speaker comes there. Sune Krohn, welcome. You are program manager at Kystliv Holbaek, Denmark. Am I right, or are you?
No, you're not right.
Okay. Well, now you can correct me. But anyway, the title of your presentation is Safeguarding Through Coastal Heritage. Am I right?
That you're right about.
Okay.
Though I'm not totally sure what safeguarding through coastal culture actually, but we get into that. But yeah.
Okay, but the floor is yours.
The floor is this is mine. I'll just sorry. And
would you like to use this one? Or
can I move this a little bit?
Of course. How far?
Just like this, I think. Okay. And how do I switch pages? Just like this? Yes. Yes. Okay.
And you still need that too.
Yes. Okay. As you can probably see, I'm not that used to stand like this. I'm simply just a boat builder, like many of you. But what I am going to talk about is safeguarding through coastal culture. Yeah, and my approach to that tour was supposed to talk about safeguarding through coastal culture, which is my colleague, and he came up with that sense. Okay. So well, we all work with keeping traditions and the use and the crafts that are relating to the clinker-built boats alive. And one of the critical aspects in this work is to keeping the demand for new built boats. Is it? Is it okay? Okay. Personally, I've never experienced the flourishing days where fishermen would line up to order new built clinker-built boats. And I guess that most, if not all of us here, have had to reinvent the purpose and the demand for traditional boats. It can be difficult to get people to be willing to pay and invest the money that it takes into buying a traditional boat. I don't know how it is in your countries, but in Denmark we charge around 500 kroners an hour, and even though we try our best, it takes a few hours to build a boat, as you probably know. Thereby, what I'm going to talk about today is how that we at Kystliv have approached this issue and developed an association where we are 4 boat builders and 1 apprentice that are getting paid to create meaningful experience from people in Holbaek commune. But as a result of the work we do, we are actually building and we are fishing and we are sailing in traditional boats from the easy fjord every day. So that's basically what I'm going to talk about today, our business. I'm just going to press this button. Yep. So first of all, I would like you to know what is Kystliv Holbaek. Many of you have probably been there like a few years ago when we had the conference. Together, of course, with the Viking Museum up there. Sorry, Søren. But the last day of the conference, we went to Holbaek, and so you might recall our buildings and some of the work that we do. I'm going to talk about what is called Kystliv Holbaek, and then most importantly, why does the commune of Holbaek invest in our work? So without the investment from the commune, there would be no Kystliv Holbaek today. We have had fundings, but how it is now is that we get almost all of our money from the commune. And they are also, it goes from the same case as the kindergartens and the schools and elder care and so. So we have to be relevant in the commune and to the people of Holbæk in the work that we do. So that's critical for us. So that's that. And then last, we are just going to talk about, or I'm just going to present how that help us to keep preserving and develop the culture of our local clinkerboat boats. And I wrote questions, but I don't think that that there's time for questions. So let's, yeah. Yep. So what is Kystliv Holbaek? Kystliv Holbaek is an association that was founded in 2018. And it was founded by Ture Møller and Carsten Hvid, that a lot of you probably know. Carsten Hvid is a rope maker, and Ture Møller is also a boat builder. Our mission is to create value in a modern society by connecting people from all walks of life and ages to our local maritime culture and coastal nature. So that's kind of what we do. And the way we do it is that we base our work on the 19th and 20th century fishing and commercial boat culture from the Isefjord. Yes. Now it is hopefully getting interesting. Why does the commune of Holbæk invest into our work? I'm just quickly going to go through this, and then we are going to go into it details afterwards. We are providing meaningful learning for children. We contribute. We contribute to the community and cultural education for the citizens. We bring citizens of Holbæk closer to the nature and to the fjord. We represent a proud craft that schools and education and politicians use to promote another educational path. And last, we strengthen Holbæk's identity and special maritime urban environment, which is closely connected to Holbæk's DNA, with maritime trade, crafts, shipbuildings, fishing, and the fjord. Yes. We provide meaningful learning for children, I wrote. Just a second. This is actually, I think, what we are best at. We have all kinds of kids coming. No, it's okay. Okay, I don't think I can manage that as well. But we have all kids from kindergarten, and also sometimes we have universities coming by. So of course what we do with the kids depends on their age and also very much how long they are with us. We are engaged in different activities, but a lot of what we do is schools. All schools in Holbæk commune, they send the kids from 6th grade down for at least one day. And most of the pictures up here is from one of those days. And then I said that we use the Clinkerboat boat from the 18th and 1900. So we kind of try and base what we're doing with the kids on what we are working on. Sometimes we also have, of course, things that we plug and play, or that like going fishing. But if we do planks for the boats, then we don't finish them, but we get the kids to help us also to planing the planks. Then we do the fitting afterwards. They are not good enough for that. Or we make like this picture. This school couldn't afford to come to us, so we went out to them, and then we made ropes in this case for swings, but else we do it for mooring lines and so with the kids. And actually the kids are very good at making ropes. And of course they are not as strong as they could be, but they are good enough for mooring lines and so. And as you see here, our tour is in the forest, collecting wood for masts and sprit stays. And of course, we are getting a little bit, some more masts than we need. But now we also started to put poles into the water to fish for shrimps. So that is a good activity for that as well. And then for the kids that are only there for one day, a must do is to go fishing. It is. If there was one thing I should point out that is really good to do with kids, it's going out fishing, catching, killing the fish, got it. And for most of the kids, it's the first time 5 minutes, sorry. Yeah, it is the first time for everything. Yes. Thanks a lot, Lena. Yes. So, then I also wrote that we are contributing to the community with culture and content for the citizens. So we have a youth club. And the youth club, we do a lot of the same stuff as we do when we are teaching, so we're just going to skip that. Then we also have boat guilds, so people come by and sail on their own. And then we, of course, like many of you, we have some volunteers, and they are also an integrated part of what we do. And then we, of course, attend and do stuff, annual events. There are quite a few annual events in the commune of Holbaek. Some is just harbor parties, but we, of course, attend there. And we have the Fjord Day, where we Fjordens Dag. And then, sorry, I just have to. And then we also are doing some other stuff. And then we also did have Ung Havn, but it has grown so big that it is they are doing everything by themselves now. But that is some of it. So, sorry a lot. So. Then I wrote, we bring the citizens of Holbaek closer to the nature and to the fjord. This, of course, we do when we are doing activities and we are teaching. So it's not something that is totally unconnected to the other. But I just want to point out that it's quite important for us that both for environmental reasons. At the moment, we are rebuilding Kystliv, and we are going to get a laboratory, and we're also going to get the universities to help us to teach something about the fjord and so. But it is also for far most people that come by, it is the first time that they set sail and sail out on the fjord. And for most people, when they see the fjord, they might imagine, or they might swim in it, but most of them, they just see a barrier. And what we try and teach is for them to see a path that connects us to the rest of the world and also to this maritime cultural heritage. So how much time have I? shall we not just... I was also going to say some other things, but I think we'll leave it with that then, Lena. Yeah, thanks for listening, and yeah.
No? Okay, thank you, Sune. I think you made it very well, and great job you are doing, even though we don't have now time for discussion or comments. And it wasn't that difficult at all, wasn't it? No, you can... Yeah. You can build a boat, and now you have learned how to use this kind of equipment. I myself, I do not have skills for neither of those. Okay, and then last but not least is Mika Alava. Mika is a boat builder, and would you like to present yourself? Or no, I'm just saying that you work as a boat master and an exhibition specialist at the Sámi Museum Sida in Inari up north in the Sámi region. And you tell us about your experience on Sámi boats and Sámi boat building traditions. Right. Okay. Would you like to use that or this? Okay.
I hope so that you understand my rally English. Yes, and that question what Sámi area boat building, it's big and where it's possible to start. But I found one build. It's from White Sea, and I see that right corner up. Maybe it's docked out asp boat, maybe, and that have been East Sámi people area. Yes, maybe it's start there. Yes. Yes, and this is us one project at Sevettijärvi. We made a suet boat there, and that keel called Skoltsami language suves, and it means asp. That's why I started that first photo. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, and it started here at museums, basements, and many things. That because that sewing technique, it have lost it about 100 years ago, and it wasn't nobody where to ask. And that start there, and there's that documentation of the project, and there we have started that reconstruction and working, of course. I put quickly because I don't have so much telling about it. And yes, that was that suves, that keel. And this we can see that sewing technique. And there at East Sámi people area, it was the last place where it was that technique. And of course, everybody have used it here, also here at South Finland and maybe Sweden, Norway. It have been same technique, but it have lost earlier. Yes, and mikä on rahkasammala? Rahkasammala. English. Yes, that moss from wet place, it comes between boards, and it's total different technique East Sámi people and West Sámi and North Sámi people. It's North Sámi people, that culture comes from West, and East Sámi people, that boat building technique comes from East. It's total different word. And border it's about at Inari, middle at North Finland. Yes, and there was that bending system. And it was that kind of communality project that the whole village was doing that boat and Orthodox priced blessing that boat, yes. And it's not the last photo yet, but it was only this project.
Do you still have more slides?
Yes, yes, I have.
I think because we have 10 minutes time.
Oh yes, yes.
I think,
yes, yes, it wasn't last.
Raise some questions.
Yes, and couple of photos from Inari village beach. It's interesting because there is that like Nordland boats there. The people have done much that kind of boats also at Inari Lake, and springtime they drive it to down to Pasvik Elva when it was much water, and they sold boats there. Yes. And yes, there have been many places where they have made also that Nordlands boat model, and also Utsjok River. There one old man told that they have done that kind of boats before there, and they sold to Tanafjord. Yes, and of course, front of that little boat, it's that old Inari Lake model, what have also made before with sewing technique. But of course, when nails came from Norway, of course, people used nails. And same place, it's Inari Priced House Beach, middle at village.
Isn't that boat in the middle of this picture a Norwegian type?
Ah, yes, just.
Oh, I remember something.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, yes.
Oh, yes.
Same people have been fishing at sea and at home at Inari.
Yep.
They have here much forest and people who know what have to do with pine. And what shall I do? Now I came to Teno River. Yes, river boats. Here is long and not so wide staking boats. And from Utsjoki, I read it that here people have used it after before nails, also pine roots. No pine, birch roots. Yes, and that technique, it have been. It's about just technique like Viking boats and Nordland boats. It comes there, that it's same culture area. 5 minutes. it's enough.
I hope I'm not disturbing your presentation, but I think that I am not the only one interested to hear that what was the idea to build the replica you built, and was it just that you found some tools in the collection archives?
Yes, the National Museum.
You had a copy?
Yes, we had one old raato. What's that in English?
Hulk. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there were no master or dream or vision you had in mind that this is the way how it should be done. No instructions you didn't have, of course.
Yes, we had Samuli Pauloharju.
Okay. Yeah.
Drawings and.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Yes.
Okay. You can continue if you like.
Yes. Okay. Yes, and of course, model have changed their much when came motor. I have one photo, but sorry, it's not here. From 1917, maybe it was. Karasjok Länsmannen kommer by motor. There's that Sámi area school center. We have had boat building courses there about over 30 years. Laitioni there, left and up. He was first teacher there. My teacher also, and after it I have kept these boat building courses, and we made every year pop-up workshop to every villages. Every year other village. And there comes lake boats and river boats, about half and half. There is that kind of modern river boat with motor systems and wings. That kind of system. It's not good photo, but better than nothing. What else I have? Oh, it was last. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mika. Very, very short. This was not a short question, or because actually we hear tomorrow a presentation about the technique when we hear about the Mekrijärvi boat building. Then if you are able to participate, one of those workshops. Yeah. The question was good, but it takes too much time to explain the different traditions and so on. Okay, I'm curious. What is the short question?
No, the same people who lived at the Inari area, every year they had fishing at sea, and they moved every year to sea. And no, they made boats there at Inari, and they sold to Norway boats.
So in reality, it went that way. Okay, as we draw this session to a close, I want to thank each of the speakers for your insights and energy. And before Lena takes my microphone away, I would like to wish you all fair winds. And låt oss föra detta momentum och idéer framåt. Frisk bris till er alla.
Tack så mycket, Hanno. So before going to the panel discussion, I am gonna show you one beautiful video which I forgot to show you in the morning. It's not more than 2.5 minutes or something, but I am sure you will love it, and it will put us to the mood for the panel discussion.
The state parties in the Nordic countries have nominated Nordic Clinkerboat traditions to be inscribed on the UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. For almost 2 millennia, people of the Nordic region have been building clinker boats for different purposes and in different environments. While today clinker boats in most areas are only rarely used in coastal farming and fishing communities, they continue being built for use in traditional festivities, courses, regattas, sporting events and group voyages, in which they are sailed in the traditional way. These traditions of clinker boats are an essential part of our shared Nordic cultural history, and we consider it to be immensely important to preserve them for posterity. The communities that are keeping these intangible cultural heritages alive in all the Nordic countries have come together to nominate the Nordic clinker boat traditions for inscription on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Achieving this would contribute significantly to ensuring visibility and awareness of the importance of safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage in general and the clinker boat traditions in particular. This Nordic nomination project is part of the work being done to uphold UNESCO's Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage that all Nordic countries have ratified. So far, more than 200 entities are behind this nomination process. They include boat builders, communities, groups, museums, associations and individuals. All of them, as bearers of the tradition of clinker boats, are actively safeguarding it through their work or voluntary activities.
Let's give a big hand to all those who participated in making this wonderful video. Okay, now I would like to ask all the panelists to join me on the stage. You know who you are. No niin, yes. Mikit. Onks toinen mikki jossain? Yksi tämmönen. So welcome, dear colleagues. I'm gonna give one microphone here. Should be on. Yes, please. So welcome to the stage. It looks a bit different from here, does it? I am so delighted to have you all here. People I've known quite a while already. It's always nice to have a panel among friends. I'm not going to grill you very hard. I think. I'm going to start with my colleague Charlotte from Sweden. So we actually do the same work. I coordinate the convention in Finland, and you coordinate it now in Sweden. And I'm going to start with a nice and friendly warm-up question. I ask you to introduce yourself a bit, you and your organization, and then tell me one favorite moment with a clinker boat or your earliest moment with a clinker boat.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. My name is Charlotte Hultén-Cavallius, and I'm from the Institute for Language and Folklore in Sweden, who coordinates the work with the convention in Sweden. I am an ethnologist and work also as a researcher at the Institute. My favorite memory, actually since the 1990s, I've been spending part of my summers on the east coast of Gotland, where the farmers had fishing cottages by the coast and did household fishing. So we live in a small fishing cottage, and the community there are still using their clinker boats and fishing for their households. So it's the tar smell and the winds and the nature is part of my summer, and I really enjoy it.
Thank you, Charlotte. And then I'm going to move away to the other side of the stage. Kristina, you already had a tremendous presentation. Thank you for it. You are also my colleague, so we work quite a lot together in all kinds of intangible heritage issues, but then you sort of have a double role. Also, you work for the National Museum. I'm going to ask you, well, you maybe presented yourself already, but if you want to say some more details, but also a nice clinker boat moment with you.
Okay, so I already presented myself, so I don't think I have to do that again, but my favorite first clinker boat moment was with my grandfather, who had a clinker boat, and he took me fishing once with him and his brother. And he was from a village called Jek, and there's a beautiful natural gorge, and there were just clinker boats all over, and we got to play in them when we were children. So that's my favorite moments.
Over to Tore then. We've known quite a while already. You came to Finland, was it? You came first, did you come here to Kotka or then to Turku? So we've been rowing or sailing a long way together already, first towards the UNESCO inscription and now then afterwards what's going to happen. So from you I'm going to ask your first clinker boat moment. Can I?
First moment, that will be...
Or some memories.
Memory. I think that I will not go back to my childhood, but in 1991, 92 we were a part of a project where we were rowing 2 Norwegian and 1 Russian traditional boats from actually Oslo to Istanbul over through the rivers of Russia, Ukraine and Belarus. And there on this tour, which lasted for a long time, so it's not only a moment, there was a woman there. She was also a part of the organizing team, and she was Ukrainian Russian. And we have been married now in 35 years old. That should be as a politically correct, but I have many clinker boat experiences during all my life, of course.
Thank you, Tore. You really live, breathe and love with the clinker boats. But then Aivar Ruukkel, you have not yet been in stage at all. We know now for a couple of years, and what connects us is UNESCO inscription. So you know quite a lot about UNESCO inscription. So you really deserve a proper introduction now. Who are you? Why are you on this stage? And then even a moment with clinker boats. Oh no, with wooden boats. I was allowed to give you that option.
Yeah, thank you. First, thank you very much, Lena and the colleagues, to inviting me here to this conference. My name is Aivar Ruukkel. I come from other side of Östersjön. One of the few people here from the eastern coast of our common sea. And same day as Nordic Clinker Boat was inscribed to the UNESCO list, also our expanded tugboat boat of Estonia get listed there, but not on the representative list, but on the endangered list. So there are a couple of different lists at UNESCO. So I am passing here around. This is the manual of how to build expanded tugboat boat for kids, and also 22 years ago already Tidningen Skärgård had articles about our boat. So pass it around here. So please just if I can collect them back later. And we don't have, I mean, I am not from the seashore, but from inland. It is a system of rivers, one of the 6 national parks on a halfway from Tallinn to Riga, or if you know Estonia, from Pärnu to Viljandi. Pärnu is on a coast. And the name is Sooma, which Finns will understand. It's Suodenmaa, land of Myers. So it's land of peatlands, but a system of rivers, and this is probably the only place in European Union where this expanded dugout boats made of aspen tree, so Haabu in Finnish, or Esping in Scandinavian language is Aisinovka in Russian language, so it relates to this species of tree, Populus tremula, that has been used. And like Einar from Iceland said, same way for me, I am first tourist guide and then maybe farmer, and only third, then I have a boat builder. Within 30 years I have built 15 of such boats. And when I was a child, when we moved to this area, I remember with school comrades paddling these rivers with a rubber boat, and one moment a local man came paddling such an old dugout boat standing. So as you see also on the photos there, the way to paddle such a boat in our area is standing like in a gondola, and it kind of felt like it's in a, I am in a film, like someone from like somewhere in Amazon, that people are coming in such a old boat. And clinker boats I don't know much about.
You can keep it for you too. So, but you really have many roles in this panel. So you're a boat builder, but then you also have a lot of knowledge on inscribing to UNESCO, like before and after that. So, but I guess I get a chance to tell about my favorite clinker boat moment as well. And we did have one in our cottage in Puumala when I was a child. So I did go rowing, but I take it from summer 2024 in the Korpo archipelago. And me and my 12 colleagues had the pleasure of spending really lovely 3 days in the archipelago, and Bosse Melberg and then some other guy took us to a wonderful half a day sailing in the Korpo archipelago, and I was sitting in Busses Framtiden, and it was so wonderful. We had been working for many years to get the thing on the list, and I've been told so many things about it, and then finally to sit there and have the wind in my hair, and Busse there standing and steering the boat and giving us a bit of schnapps as well. The sun is shining, and he was just telling those stories about the boats, about the sailing, about the schnapps, and me and my colleagues just living the clinker boat moment. So that's just unbeatable. So thank you, Busse, for that moment. But yes, so now, but let's forget this friendly, nice warm-up moment that we've had, because we're going to talk serious business in this panel. So this is about the UNESCO inscription. What has the process meant in your country, and what kind of concrete outcomes have come from it? it's a big thing to inscribe to UNESCO. It's not many. We just have a couple of things from each of our countries. For us, it was sauna culture, and you know how big sauna is for Finns. So it was pretty amazing that the next thing then was the clinker boats, also the Kaustin and fiddle playing. But it's a big thing that it is now on the list. But what has it meant, and what has come out of it? Kristina, would you mind if I would start with you? Take the mic.
So what the nomination process meant in the Faroe Islands? Well, I think that it meant an increased awareness of the significance of the boat building profession and the boats, and also it was I think it was good to know that we were not alone in this, that there were also we all have the same challenges, so we were all in the same boat, so to speak, clinker boat. So that was good, and also a realization that this is it. It's urgent because the boat building profession is not being transmitted to the younger generations. So a sense of urgency, and what concrete outcomes?
Yeah, life after the stamp. One concrete outcome is that there has been a lot of complaints from boat owners and boat builders that we don't have materials in the Faroe Islands. It's so isolated and so far away, and it's really difficult to get materials for boat building, and the stores, they don't want to have it because it doesn't sell very well. So we got like a fixed, what do you call it? Like a supplementary fixed grant from the government to have built storage for materials. So we have galvanized nails and rows, and those we have produced in the Faroe Islands. And this summer we also got some wooden planks from Norway. So the boat builders are very happy. This might not save the whole thing, but it really makes a big difference for the boat builders and for the boat owners, who are very happy. If they just need like 10 nails, they can just get it from us. And we don't have to profit from it, so we can sell it for purchase price. So that is one very concrete and easy to do outcome. It's easy for us to do this. Very concrete, and also nicely illustrates how different we are and how different our works are. So, but definitely very concrete. Charlotte, you've had a bit of change of staff in your organization, so you were not there during the process when we were waiting for the file to go in. But do you recognize some of these things that Kristina is saying?
Well, yeah, I wasn't there. I actually started in January this year, so I'm temporary at the position. Otherwise, I work with the international nominations only. But what the inscription has meant, I think on a general level for all Ice Age, it's a way to gather and to create a momentum for the persons that are involved in transmitting the heritage. You get visibility, and you get to know each other in the different countries, since this is a transnational big nomination, really. You create strong networks, and we can see that. This is a second conference, and you already know each other and collaborate extensively. So I think this is a very strong process, actually. And one thing also that the nomination sort of creates is the increased focus on documentation that is so important for the transmission and safeguarding of the heritage. But there are also strong hindrances, and from the Swedish perspective, the last couple of years, we have seen a decreased funding for the education, the folk high schools, folkhögskolorna. There was an extra amount given during the COVID years, but that is sort of taken back now, and the government haven't considered that we have a strong inflation, so there haven't been an upgrade in the funding. So that's a big hindrance. I think we see the schools have to let staff go and so on. So that's a big problem in Sweden, actually. One thing that we have done from the Institute for Language and Folklore is in 2024, May, we gathered representatives from the Ministry of Culture, folk schools, Maritime Museum, associations, etc., to discuss a safeguarding plan, or to initiate the work with a safeguarding plan, taking departure from the charter that you have been discussing today. And we are now planning a new meeting next year, and also involving the Department for Education, and to have the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education in the same room discussing these issues. Otherwise, it's so separate areas. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlotte. I think I'm going to jump in here in between, sort of, to be one of the three coordinators on the stage. So I definitely recognize many of the things you say about appreciation, and also what I would bring up here is sort of heritage value. I think what has happened both with the sauna culture but also with the clinker boat traditions, that necessarily earlier people didn't think of that wooden boat, it's heritage. It's a boat and it's beautiful. It's also crafts and you can row or sail with it, but this is cultural heritage. Also, I think it's kind of a change in a mindset. But then I would mention networking and then also projects. So as I mentioned earlier in the morning session, is that we have this circle of clinker boats, which is basically a network, and we meet up online. We have more than 100 on the email list, but we're like 10 or 20 people, the most active ones online. But I think really just this, that people come together. Before this circle or network, we didn't have a common place for people who love clinker boats. So coming from different directions, being boat builders, museum people, researchers, activists, and so on, just bringing people into one table. And one really good outcome from this has been several projects. So bringing money in to this field. So for example, Kiisla project, which you hear more about tomorrow, but wooden boat builders developing a new model. What's a present day clinker boat, meeting the demands that today people need, or then Puuvene-mallisto, an excellent website by Kukon people where it's easy for people to buy and find a maker for your wooden boat, or then Lyft för klinkbåtstraditioner i Österbotten, Kultur Österbotten will tell you more about it tomorrow. Or then LIMI-hanke, that was really bringing together several museums and their digitizing projects. So I think this kind of platform that we have offered with this networking, mainly even online, but just I think it's about building trust so that people find each other, that the boat builders find the museum people and the NGOs find the researchers, and they see what can we do together. And I think that's already one really nice, good outcome. But how does this sound to you, Ture? I mean, you really worked, was it 7 years or 9 years, or really you worked for a long time to get to the list, and it was always the goal. So now we need to get there. And you are seasoned enough in the UNESCO work that you know that it's not the end. It's actually the beginning when you get there. So how does this sound to you? I mean, I can assume that you in Kysten and many, you had expectations and you thought that this and that is going to happen. So, but what does it seem to you now? What has been the concrete and good things? So, and next we're going to go then to challenges. So then you can whip us.
I think a lot has happened. Actually, we have many results to see, positive results after the inscription.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with all of you, what has been said here. On a general level, we have managed to highlight this cultural heritage, not only among our circles, but new circles and more in general in society. That's my point of view. I think much more than maybe many people say, that people are waiting for something, money or resources, but I think we have managed to highlight, much more people understand what we are doing. That's one thing. And the other is mentioned also that we have managed to get together, which was very seldom before. Museums, as mentioned, NGOs, boat builders, state parties. So that's really good. And like now we are here, we gather. So I think that's a very important outcome. And you said about now the after inscription and the work, the nomination work, that was chapter 1. This chapter is now finished. Now chapter 2, in the long, let's hope, the long story about how we shall raise this cultural heritage more up. So I'm a very positive. My view is very positive. I think we have achieved a lot.
And we maybe must mention that unless we really manage to mess it up, we'll be there till eternity. And every 6 years we will report to UNESCO and tell what has happened, what have we been doing, what has been happening on the state and official public side, what have the communities, NGOs been doing. So it's 2028 actually the first time that we need to be reporting. But Aivar, so you also, I mean, you've been through the same process of the inscription, so first working for several years, but you're on the urgent safeguarding list, do I remember right?
Yes, we are preparing our first report already now. We should report after every 4 years.
Okay.
And of course, I agree what already has been said, and just my everyday life and work is visitors, providing tours in the national park. We use mostly our glass fiber plastic canoes for the river trips. But from this very beginning, when we had the first building course with old boat builders in 30 years ago, in 1990s, that time there was only 2 people, boat builders, like master boat builders, and within 5 years we could run such workshops, a summer camp, like a building course. So of course today we are 5 builders who have built more than 1 boat. There are maybe 30-40 people who have built 1 boat, like you do 1 boat and then you are happy, you have done. Next challenge will be building a house or planting a tree or something else. Yeah? But we need also tools who will continue and build the 2nd and 3rd and 4th boat. So I think for that, this UNESCO has raised the awareness among the local people. But Estonia is a small country, so actually it is like an Estonian boat, not that much only the local national park. And other thing not maybe mentioned here is that it has brought a lot of attention in international media. So already 30 years ago, when we started, I realized that it is a very important, like to have something unique for marketing your destination, like for the place marketing, and it has been quite normal that every year some Estonian media comes and writes about it when we are building it. But now, after being listed on UNESCO, it has brought both Danish and French and German and different TV or film groups. And also our national tourist board, Visit Estonia, they are using now more and more, couple of last years, all the different ICHs of Estonia. So our boat only being one of the 5 for the promoting Estonia as a destination, like cultural tourism. And yeah, we also had a smoke sauna like 10 years before that listed. And then there was like nothing listed during 10 years. So it was quite interesting to see that after our boat get UNESCO inscription, there is now every year one new cultural feature in Estonia which want to be listed. And it has kind of showed that it is not that hard, or it is not that difficult actually to do this. And yeah, it is good to see that we have been kind of inspiring the other type of heritage carriers to go this path. And yeah, let's see how our this reporting now goes.
It's so nice to hear about these positive examples, and maybe actually for you it's a strength that it's in a place. It's a heritage in a place. Actually, both your Vörömaa sauna and the Soma dugout boat, so the connections with tourism may become more visible.
We was having a lunch with Anne, and discussing the tourism connection, and of course it has a bit hard to say if tourism is positive only or negative often for the cultural heritage, but the truth is that there is no better known brand in a tourism than UNESCO. So UNESCO is like a Coca-Cola or Mercedes-Benz or the same category if it in the marketing of places.
Yeah, there's a bit of UNESCO dust in it. It is a bit of a magical word. I mean, I think one of the things we could be discussing today, that how can we better use that magical dust to steer those monies and assets and media attention more into the clinker boats, but how to do it without threatening this heritage. I'm going to now go into challenges. So it's not only easy, the things that we dream before the inscription and what kind of expectations people have, and then what happens in the reality. So what kind of challenges have you been facing in, and then do you have found solutions for it? Who would like to go first? What has been difficult?
Yeah, I can start. I think one thing is that we must realize that the inscriptions is not, we say Norwegian färskvare, fresh product, which is now we have, as you said, now is done. Now we have done our work together. As you said, it is now, it begins. And I think that part of work, the inscription has helped us a lot, we see. Also concerning question of positive outcomes, we see a lot of, we have been supporting letters to a lot of small and big projects. And the UNESCO branding is helping them a lot. But I think I have a feeling that we are in a sort of turning point of whether we should boost on and not. I think it's very important that we keep on this. We need the spirit and the energy, and we must continue. And I was maybe a bit positive, mostly positive to the outcomes, referring to the former question. But I think that I said positive thing about the state parties, but we miss, at least in Norway, that they coming closer to us. We feel a bit difficult to. We have some dialogue, but and then it's about funding and such things. So that's a challenge. That it's very easy sometimes to make nice speeches and nice words and such things, but when it comes to reality, then it's more difficult, I think. So I think we have to be more clever on political level. We have been very clever in meeting and getting together, but we must be much more proactive towards politicians, because they are those who are sitting on the money. The state authorities are dependent on funding. They also, of course. So I think we must be much clever. And then this charter, it could be a part of some tools to use this charter, and because that's about also how we how we express and how we make messages, and so I think that's a lot of challenges. So this discussion we have to keep on after we have been finishing here.
It's a long-term work.
It's a definitely, yeah.
We can thinking 5 or 10 or in terms of eternity here. How will we be working? But reporting back every 6 years. Charlotte, do you want to go next?
Yes, I was thinking about using this UNESCO dust. One way to do it is to, it's the ICH International Day, 17th of October. That's very new. I think they decided, was it 2023? So now we can report in activities and other things that are happening during October to UNESCO, and they have created a specific website for this International Day, because the International Heritage Day is very old, but the ICH the day is very new. So we could sort of start working in the Nordic countries and defining this day and making it ours and use it for promoting, perhaps. I think it's a good tool, because the Heritage Day in Sweden is very big. So, but this is very unknown.
Yes, good suggestion. It was last year they launched it. So this year, 17th October, it's going to be the second International Day of Intangible Cultural Heritage. So we are planning a small campaign here in Finland related to that as well. How about challenges and solutions in Faroe Islands?
There are many challenges. But things are also going well in the Faroe Islands. We have the rowing sport, as that's a treasure for us. We're very lucky to have that, and so it's quite vibrant, the clinker boat culture in the Faroe Islands. So now I'm gonna go down to the. We don't have any formal education in boat building in the Faroe Islands. That is a challenge. And as for all of you, probably there's no demand. There's a low demand for the clinker boats, the traditional clinker boats. And we don't have a living boat museum or a maritime center where we can build boats and have courses and teach young people about this tradition. And one thing that I really think would be useful for us in the museum when working with this is if the boat builders and the boat owners would get organized in associations. And they're not in the Faroe Islands. I've been trying to speak about it, but let's see. I will keep pushing them to get organized, because, well, if I need some information from the rowing association, I know exactly where to turn to. But if it's about traditional boat building or like boat owners and what are their issues, I don't know where to go. So, yes.
Yeah. Get organized. It's really the power of NGOs.
Yes.
Yeah. We are Finland. I don't know, you can judge if it's the same for other Nordic countries, but we are said to be the promised land of NGOs. So whenever there is 3 people and a cause, there will be an association. So we really have a lot of them.
Could I comment this part of this? We see that I think in none of the Nordic countries they have what we say in Norwegian bransjeorganisasjon. I mean, an association for boat builders. They have been talking about it in Norway, and we have been talking about it, but they have no own association to market their products. They have they're sitting in each fjord and they have and try to survive because it's not. This is definitely not activity to earn a lot of money on. But so then we need kind of they, and we can also be a part of discussing with them the marketing marketing organization that they can be more strong in. And in Finland you have a bit like this in this website, which is a website for all the boat builders, as I understand it. So that's a bit of what we have. We can focus much more on this.
Yeah. There's definitely some good practices to be shared. I would lift up two things. Well, education first of all. So, I mean, when I started to work with the clinker boats, we had 4 institutions offering vocational education on wooden boat building, and now we have 0. There are 2 places where you can study it as a free civic education, but to be able to use those wonderful curricula that we have, for that we now don't have, except for this apprenticeship kind of system near Turku and related to Tao. So that is definitely one thing. When the inscription came, the trend has really gone down. But the thing is that we cannot, though we would from Museiverket like to dictate to say that here's the convention, you need to follow it. It's not possible, so I just don't have the muscles to do it. So it's a lot of shalls, you shall do this and that, but it's not obligatory. And for example, with the last one that was closed a year and a half ago of the vocational institutions, it was this one education institution owned by several municipalities. So if they say we're going to cut down, this is not profitable, it's not enough students, we're going to close it, then they just close it. I cannot say from up here, and neither can the National Board of Education say that no, don't close it, and here's a bag of money, take it and do it. The system doesn't work that way. So in a sense, it also boils down what's the meaning of the UNESCO convention. Although we work for it and we're big fans and we go out and say how wonderful it is and how we should all safeguard our tradition, it's not so that institutions should oblige to it and to say, oh, we have the convention, we cannot close this down. So there is, the problem is here, but what we can do then is then the good question, where to find the solutions. But how about in Estonia and with the dugout boat?
Yeah, it's not much different from what here about the clinker boat challenges. And my teachers, those boat builders who taught me building it in the 90s, they built their first boats after Second World War. And they did it because they needed a boat for fishing. Another thing is that this national park of Sámi, it is an area which is regularly flooded. So during a flood time, such a shallow boat is very useful to move around. So before the Second World War, it was still in every farmhouse, and it was used for transports by river, by this flood time, and nowadays it is just for hobby. So where is the business model of the young boat builders if now some of them will appear and do it? It is a question, and I was very inspired to see what is with your competition, rowing competition, because I haven't heard, I don't know much about Faroe Islands, and something similar, there is a area in Siberia, the brothers and sisters of Finns and Estonians living the Khanty people, and in Khanto-Mansiysk is a big Russian-style center of this region, and already 20 years they have a huge competition, something similar to you on the river in the dugout boats, and it is on the cup of the cavern, like a Soviet system or Russian system version. So nothing like this is in our area. So there is no demand really, and of course we use it now for different events, and we kind of create some new events now with local municipality and the authority of national parks. So we try to do what we can, but for me personally it has been in a connection with tourism. So I strongly believe that these boats, if they are now in, like, let's put this way, if every guest house in the region will have their own dugout boat, it's already a big thing. It's like my dream.
So, but in this last part, I want to end our panel with a positive note. And since this is a Nordic conference or international conference, if we widen it a bit, how could we cooperate more to make things better? What kind of roles can different actors and institutions take for the viability of the clinker boat traditions? I don't think we have yet taken all there is to about the Nordic or international cooperation. So what do you think? How could we do? What could we do more?
May I start?
Sure.
I don't know where the third conference will be held, but bring Germans, Polish, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians also to this third one. Easy.
And what does it help, Ivar?
It will help with the same thing that what you are aiming here by cooperating among Scandinavians. Yeah, I mean, if you create this kind of connections with boat builders, academicians on the other side of the sea, now it is even like a more maybe new ideas, new cooperation possibilities, and so on.
How many do we have outside Nordic countries? 8 people. Haha. Let's grab these people. Sure, Ture.
Yeah, I want to comment on that. This is very interesting when we're talking about international level. Behind the nomination is 5 countries, including the 2 selvstyreområdene, Åland and Faroe Islands. Last year, or in 2023, UK ratified the convention, which means that they can go into and be a part of the inscription. We have been discussing that. And we also have good contact with communities, in especially Scotland, but also in the UK. So then we have been discussing a bit, and maybe we could start a process with also Estonia. Then we could have expand the Nordic in more in east-west dimension, and then it can be further on later on other countries as well. But the Nordic clinker boat tradition, the geographical range is not only the 5 Nordic countries. It's the UK and Scotland, Ireland. It's the southern shores of the Baltic Sea. It's also northwest Russia. Unfortunately, not possible now to withdraw. Next time, yeah. So I think that's good thoughts. But it is actually, we have done a bit more concrete steps when talking about the Scottish communities and in Ireland and England maybe. And then maybe Estonia, because you have archipelago and rich boat traditions in Estonia.
Kristina.
What fills my mind is cooperating on education in such a way, in the spirit of our manifesto, that it's the Nordic clinker boats that we educate on, but we respect the local traditions as well. So how do we do that? And also sparring and advice from how other places may have established like living museums and maritime centers. I'm especially a fan of Kystliv Holbaek. Yes, we were there when we were in Roskilde and Holbæk 2 years ago, and yeah, I really like that. I'm a little jealous. So how could we, maybe it's not about copy pasting, but how can we be inspired from that and learn from that?
And get our cities and municipalities on board to open their eyes.
Yes.
It's a wonderful model.
Yes, it's really wonderful how the municipality is so on board with this. Yeah.
So they don't mind if we copy paste.
That's fine. Yeah.
And they help other places.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. So Kystliv Holbaek is ready to assist and has been assisting others. But Charlotte, do you want to say something about more Nordic and international cooperation? What kind of thoughts do you have? What could we do more?
Yeah, I think it sounds very wise to stress that it's a local, regional, national and international level that you could cooperate and not sort of forgetting the local traditions, strengthen the education area and find some methods to discuss this on a more Nordic level, because now it's very national and depends on which government you have and what are their thoughts on funding and etc. And also to get inspiration from other nominations that we have in Sweden, a nomination to the Register of Good Methods, the Nyckelharpa network, and that's the tradition of playing Nyckelharpa, but also building. That's within the nomination, and get inspiration from how they have been working from the 1970s and forward. That's a good method too, to collaborate with other immaterial heritage nominations.
Yeah. So I definitely think this is about sharing good practices, and this is one of the main reasons that we are here, and especially tomorrow when we go to those smaller workshops, there will be really many wonderful models to share and to learn from each other. Then I really believe in the projects. We are living very difficult times in Finland, in many other countries as well, when it comes to funding for the cultural sector. It's really difficult at the moment. But where there still is money is the Nordic funds, the bilateral funds, EU funds, foundations. So I really think that we should be working more on projects. I'm really happy to hear tomorrow more about how's it going with the plans by Kukkom to the next or the new international project or Nordic project. That is really the way to go. There is money. We just need to steer it into this direction. Meeting online, we cannot do that often, this thing. It would be wonderful to meet once a year or every 6 months with you lovely people and discuss and go sailing. But it's really easy to work online nowadays, on Zoom, on Teams and so on. And I would say personally, I'm a huge fan of international work. It's really easy to have a 2-hour webinar about anything, any of the themes. So tomorrow when you go to the workshops and you're like, oh, but here in the museum field, we have these 5 themes we should really discuss, or actually related to archipelago culture and youth. Let's discuss this theme together. Have a webinar, invite the speakers, spread the word. It's really easy to come together online just by pressing the button. So I really hope we could see more of this happening in the future. And then also widening the perspective to other intangible cultural heritage. I think what's the beauty of ICH, Levande Traditioner, that it's like an umbrella. So many different kind of actors can come together and speak the same language. One wonderful example is the Nordic Baltic ICH network. Matti Hakamäki can tell you more about it, and Ivar, you've been really active there as well. So what kind of practices can we learn from other heritage elements? And for example, in Finland last year, the Association of Finnish Intangible Heritage Elements or something like this was established, that all of those 4 elements that we have inscribed to UNESCO, and also the forthcoming Hovfiske i Tornedalen, so deep net fishing. So also that community is already now as part of that. There's a strong tradition. All of the Nordic countries have an association of World Heritage in their own country, so more cooperation, expanding also from beyond the wooden boat heritage. You didn't yet get a chance for the international solutions, but I figured out on your previous comment that you're really in favor and you think there's a lot of potential. Do you want to add something still, Aivar?
Yeah, this.
It fell asleep, I think.
This boat, I mean our dugout boat, we have been building it 30 years. It was, I had no idea about listing it somewhere, but we have a similar list that is, to the global UNESCO list is a national one. So it was actually a top-down approach for us. Came one volunteer who interviewed us and described it and added it to Estonian national list first. I mean, you have to do it first if you want to get to UNESCO. And then I just learned, okay, understood that this exists. And there is a Facebook group called Early Watercraft, Early Watercraft or something like this. It has been initiated and driven by Slovenians, and then one Slovenian lady, she lives next to a karst lake there, and they also have a living tradition of boats, not like made of one piece of tree, but 2 pieces of spruce tree joined together with wooden nails, and the Tšerknitsa lake, if you know. She's a song singer and storyteller, and also promotes this boat because it is in her village. And she came to Estonia, and we had a seminar together, and said, why don't you want to get it to the UNESCO list? Yeah? Like this idea actually came just because of the international networking online. And later on, of course, we have been thinking also that we should have something like this logboat community, because it's in every continent, and was also mentioned, I think, by someone of the speakers that together with Nordic Clinkerboat, our Abio, there was a 3rd boat heritage was listed same day from this Polynesian Pacific islands. So here I see, of course, for ourselves something wrong.
It's maybe the battery.
So yes, of course, I am seeing the benefits of cooperating internationally, but you have to choose us always. So my choice actually is more like closer neighbors, and also I agree what you said about working together with different other ice age. So this network of the Baltic Sea, what Matti Hakamäki has been initiating, and we have been sharing already many interesting ideas there, and as I am now starting to repeat myself, but like integrating this to the tourism and seeing visitor economy as something that could support the safeguarding of ice age. This is something that is close to my thinking and into my heart.
Thank you, Aivar. I think as the chair, I would be really ready now to thank all the panelists, but not going to let you go yet. Thank you for this discussion. It's always a pleasure to work with all of you. So I say we thank you and don't go anywhere. So there were so many questions in the air in the morning session, and I'm wondering if you still might have some questions for this group of people or some of the speakers beforehand. We're having a slight problem with the microphones, but Hannu, take that one, and I can pass this one around here. So if you have a question, I hope you do, please present yourself, and then you are given the turn.
Oh, thank you. I'm Kirsikka Mooring from Finland, and I have a question perhaps for Ivar or perhaps for other ones. So I must tell that I have been 40 years traveling as a journalist in the northern part of Siberia, in Russia, and all the areas where the minorities and the so-called first people live or lived, and seen their boats and their traditions. But what to do now? I'm very worried. What happens now in the world when most of the minorities are already on the table to be killed? And even in Russia, they sent all the first people, youth, to the war just to kill them there. So how can we? Somebody said here, talked about the human rights. And I think it's the first question we now had to speak, how to help these people who are presenting our heritage in the other part of the world, not only in Nordic countries. So how to do some kind of workshop or something together, just to find out what's happening. And maybe, Ivar, you know more what's happening in Siberia. I don't know, because I could not go there over 3 years. I could not go there anymore. And all the contacts are cut down. Or is there somebody else who are interested on these human rights questions? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this now, but I came back from Russia a month ago. My wife carries a Russian passport, and we visited her mother, who celebrated 85 years birthday. So they are Udmurts, living not in Siberia, but 200 kilometers. But yeah, we can maybe discuss now more in detail. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, we cannot change some things, yeah, here. But I really hope that this possibility to travel to Russia will be, after a few years, again back. Now I went there on a personal visa, and I cannot just visit my wife's mother, but I have been to Yoshkarolo, Mari L boat builders, and in here in Leningrad Oblast to Vepsians, which are close relatives by language. So I hope that during my coming years I can still go there and meet these boat builders. But I don't know if I have anything to say about politics. Not really.
But thank you for raising up that point, because human rights and democracy, and also indigenous people and minorities, cultural diversity, are all very clearly written to the UNESCO Convention. And I think it's been really good that in the Clinker Boat process, the Sámi people, the Sámi museums, and also the Quen people have been part of this process, and still, of course, are. But let's go to the next question.
Yes, Kai Linde from Northern Norway. I'm building Norlands boats and have done it for over 30 years. I have built 130 something boats. What is the UNESCO inscription for? Isn't it some kind for me? What can I get out of it? And now it's the first year I don't have an order for a new boat to the winter. Perhaps there comes, but it's low tide for boats. And you're talking about schools you're talking about come together, be friends, and learn from each other. But I think it's so easy to get down. We have to get more people who want to have boats. If there is nobody who wants boats, we don't have to do. All the people who are going to school, what they are doing, they disappeared in other works. So I wonder why, if the museums or the authorities, the institutions, the government, are they responsible for some of the UNESCO's inscription? I have a project to reconstruct Jekt. I asked the museum in Bodø, Jektefartsmuseum. They want to help me, but they don't have money. What can they use the inscription for to get this up? You say we have to make more projects. That's a good idea. It could be a project. So this is perhaps I'm a little bit unconscious, and but I think the solution is to get more people who want boats, and they must use them, and perhaps also consume the boats. So the idea is to build a light white boat which only lasts 10 years. It's perhaps the way to go.
Thank you, Kai. Yeah, it's really worth an applaud. It is right to the point, definitely. And just to mention that tomorrow the workshop on new business models is one way how to make a living out of it, and what kind of other ways could there be, or how to attract customers. And then also the new projects where people can find out that how can we make good projects on targeting those specific challenges that we have? How can we solve those issues? And also, Kukkon people, you will tell about some of your solutions.
Yes, Esko from Kukkon. We have good news, especially to Ivar. We are just going to start an international cooperating project with partners from Sweden, Finland, and actually Estonia. Saaremaa and Hiiumaa are very interesting to take part of it. But more about this tomorrow.
No täällä oli ainakin busseja.
Explain what this Finna is, because nobody from the Nordic countries knows. Only us Finns know what Finna means.
Those who know Europeana on the European level, there are national. It's a website. It's a place to store information from archives, museums, libraries, and so on. And for example, Finna in Finland is the place where we have millions and millions of photographs and articles and materials. And that's the best answer I can give you at the moment. Yes. And europeana.eu maybe on the European level.
Hello, my name is Juha Erikkilä. I'm the secretary of Gustavs Almogenseglare. We have come to the conclusion that we come from the cultural side to all these matters. So I hear a lot of talking about boat building. Of course, it's important, but if we can make people love the culture, then they will buy also boats. Mm-hmm. So, first of all, no museums, boats to the water, well tarred, and for example, competitions or regattas, whatever, or like the Faroe Island is fantastic. But you are only 55,000 people in one small place like Töölö in Helsinki. And so I believe that now in 5 years, what we have been doing, in next 5 years, there will be a huge change in that small area where we are. We have 1,000 people there, but we have 10,000 summer guests in 3,000 cottages. So we believe that these people will expand the information of these clinker boats. So focus on culture and start making boats with the new project. They go together, but culture is the most important, that people understand what it's all about. Thank you.
Still room for a couple of more questions. Hannele? Or? Hannele oli tuolla ylhäällä. Ja. Ture, would you like to comment? Would you like to comment something?
Hello. Yeah, it's maybe resembles what this Mr. was saying. So, because how to raise the interest of the boat so that you actually buy one. Maybe it's different ways. You were talking about tomorrow when there will be a workshop on creating business models. But we heard about the Sámi boat being taken every year to Norway, just before, and we have the same in the Faroes. Every year we took boats to Iceland to use them there, and then sell them and build new to take them second year. So the matter of exporting, yes, you can raise maybe awareness in your own community, in your own country, but is there maybe some export of these boats to use somewhere else? Because the market will sooner or later be too small. Because if you're not fishing, if you're not making industry on it, and if it's only pardon my French, culture, then you will not. They will not be used that much, so they need to be shifted or buying new every time. Of course, maybe if they are bad quality, but that's maybe not the idea. So the export, yeah, you need to be very creative, I think.
Okay, I have two questions, one there and one there, but Ture, please go here in between and when Hannu is running around with the microphone. So first Hannele, and then it was you whom I forgot in the morning.
I also have had a question, but let's see how many time we have. Oh.
Okay, is my turn now? Or okay, yes, I know that many of here of us, Lena and Bosse, don't like my question. I know it already, because I'm asking why are we talking about clinker boats in Finland when hardly no one who had a wooden boat doesn't know what is clinker boat. That happened when we have this news that, okay, clinker boat and UNESCO and all this, and we were wondering what is clinker boat in Finland. Anyway, I was then asking that if we have wooden boats like I don't have clinker boats anymore, earlier, yes, but I was wondering who is repairing my wooden boat. And the same guys who make those clinker boats, they make also wooden boats. And it's completely different business. Yes, I see Lena's eyes already. Don't talk about that. But I want to take this up because in Finland we have to have those new young guys who are repairing my boat too.
Thank you. Who's the next one?
It's quite of a Pandora's box to discuss wooden boats or clinker boats.
Is it now Ture?
I'm seeing so many hands, but I tell you, I'm going to quit this discussion quarter past. But there is one gentleman who has been patiently waiting since before lunch. So I am going to give him the floor now.
Which one of
Please raise the guy with the black shirt.
Black shirt. Everybody.
Martin, yes.
Thank you so much, Lena. My name is Martin from the Viking Boat Museum. I'm just thinking we have to remember that there's other people, there's sailmakers and smiths, and we need boat nails to build boats. So there's other businesses to remember, or else we can't build any boats at all. So I'm just flagging that we have to get more businesses into this, rope makers, paint, so on, so forth.
Dear friends, sorry, I am gonna cut down the discussion now, and we're gonna move on in the program. You can continue the discussion in exactly 17 minutes outside, or when you are walking to the Wooden Boat Center, or over the dinner, or then tomorrow. But let's give one more applause to the panelists. Okay, back to your seats. Maybe let's talk about this later.
Yep. Mihin me viedään nämä? Tänne vaan pois.
Do not go anywhere. The best part of the program is gonna start in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are not finished yet. Yes, we are just taking away the chairs and the tables for the last number in the program.
Ei viittaa.
En. Mulla on tää teksti. Yes, please take a seat for the last number in the program. We are soon gonna put the lights off, so you need to be sitting in a chair. Something exciting is about to happen. Okay, I don't know about you, but I think it's been an amazing day. I'm very happy of what we have all seen now, but yes, I had still a slide about things that are gonna happen, but am I telling them later? I am. Now it's gonna be the special moment. One wonderful thing is about to happen today. A publication, Rowing Towards the Horizon, is published today. It's made by 3 special people who we have in the room. So Andrea Vanucci, who is the mother of this book and this publication. She is Brazilian, but has been living 20 years in Finland and lives in the archipelago. And she has been taking 15 years photographs of Finnish wooden boats and clinker-built boats. Then there is Kiin van der Krieke, who is responsible for the graphic design in the book. And then Vesa Purokuru, who is responsible for the texts and the poems. So the book is being published by John Nurminen Foundation. They saw and loved the idea and published it. And now we're gonna see the first ever performance around this theme. They were planning to build a wooden boat here, but I said, let's take a simpler version of the exhibition. But just to mention that this performance and then a special exhibition of the photos that you will soon see can be ordered also to other places and other countries. And the book, in Finnish but extremely beautiful, is available also in the shop. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Vesa and Andrea and Tien. I'm still trying to reach out to my PDF because I have a couple of things that I wanted to say you here at the end of the day. It's probably about the thing that what's the next thing on the program. So there's now a possibility to visit the Finnish Wooden Boat Center, which is like 5-ish minutes walk away through the pier, but Hannu Matikka has kindly promised to guide you to the Wooden Boat Center, so you can follow Hannu in a couple of minutes from downstairs to go there. Then there will be one collection tour going, and the evening reception, kindly hosted by the city of Kotka, will start here at 6 o'clock. So we have 2 hours time to enjoy good food and also some wine and other drinks here. Where was that slide? What was I supposed to say? Yes, sorry, it's been a long afternoon without any coffee. Colleagues, come and help me to find the last slide. So if you're desperate for a coffee or a drink or something, grab it now from the museum coffee. There is no refreshments available there at the Wooden Boat Center, so take that one now. So little evening activities. Yes, and after event, so if you're still in a party mood, after 8 o'clock when they throw us out, there is the wonderful traditional restaurant Kairo nearby as well. So this is how the evening looks like. Enjoy the evening, each other's company. The buses to Kukkom leave 9 o'clock sharp from Sokos Hotel Seurahuone. So be there in the bus if you want to take it to Kukkom. We have another exciting day ahead of us. Thank you, everyone.